8 minutes past the hour. We start a brand new day with you here on the Kickoff Hour. We are live on the Rick and Bubba Show. The Good Time Gang is ready. It's day 9 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Come on. Some people call it payday. Some people call it day 9 of the 12 working days of Christmas. It's December the 15th, and we thank you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show. We inch closer to the big year ender this Friday. It's the last live show of 2020. We say goodbye to the year of 2020 live in studio, but we'll host best ofs through the end of the year. We thank you for being a part of the show. The Willamette could spin at any moment today. That's there for you. We've got Helmsy. He is zooming in from the garage, hopefully for what he calls his last day. He's growing a beard and kind of comes back mountain jack, but he is standing by and ready. Greg in studio, Adler here, he's in studio, and so let's bring them all in together. What up, boys? How's everybody doing today? Y'all good?
Man, I'm good.
Good.
I want to get this out of the way before I forget.
All right.
Today, friends, not only marks my last day in quarantine, unless we get a hold of some CDC article that says more than 14 days, 19 years today of marital bliss.
Oh, wow.
For the Helms family.
Well, how about that?
So at any point today, you may hear me playing Perfect by Ed Sheeran.
Okay.
You don't know, but 19 years, guys. It's a long time.
19 years.
My God. Unless she's working today, it's a good day to be home. You know?
She's working.
Well, dadgummit, you know?
Yeah. I asked her if there was any chance she'd go in late.
Easy.
They don't. At work don't consider that a holiday.
No, they don't. No,
they do not.
They don't.
No.
Did you tell her you're in the garage? Hey, I'm in the garage if you need me.
Yep. Hey, Daddy's in the garage if you need me.
I'm down here hanging out.
Hey, I'll even put on some camo if you need me to.
Yeah. I'll do that every now and then. I'll just put on camo and walk around the house. What's up? How you doing? You know. Well, hey, happy anniversary to you and Amanda. And I know today will be a fun day for y'all. But you know, anytime it falls, you know, when you got multiple kids, big family like yours, you just celebrate it whenever you can. It might not fall on the actual day, but you know,
we've actually got a pretty big night planned.
Oh.
We'll start it off with some 9th grade geometry.
Okay.
All right.
And probably end with some 2nd grade level reading.
Okay.
And in between some 8th grade history.
Oh, that's awesome.
Wow,
You
that
say,
sounds
hey,
like
hey, honey, I'll pass you in the hall.
how romantic is that?
That's awesome. What a great anniversary. I've spent so many the actual day, so many anniversary, you know, at kids events or whatever. It's just funny when you got a family and everybody's active and got things to do.
Yeah.
You know, you'll just have a belated celebration at some point. But happy anniversary to y'all.
Thanks, buddy. We'll try to do something this weekend. We were talking about that last night, but the actual day falling during the middle of the week with 3 youngins is going to be tough. So we'll get through it.
Well,
I think she's tired of seeing me anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That'll be a present. Get you out of the house.
Right.
Yep.
You know, yesterday I had talked about how I was leaving the cove, basically picking up half my yard of things that had been blown all over the place from this little system that came through. They determined that a tornado kind of passed close by. I don't think it was a big one, but it did cause a lot of damage. And Span had sent something out about that, and it's literally just a few miles from the house. We can only assume that's what it was, but it just, I mean, you had wind, but this was different. And so yesterday was the first chance I had to talk to the boys about it. And JC and Reese said at one point, I think it happened between 1 and 2 a.m. If you'll think back, I talked about yesterday about how when I was leaving for work, the wind was still blowing. I knew it had come through. It was a big, windy system. And at one point overnight, I heard the wind and the rain hitting, and it was above normal. It was just weird. And then I started seeing things from our yard that was all over the little cul-de-sac there. And so I went through picking it up and all this. Well, I talked to the guys yesterday, and Reese said at one point he went to the hall and was like, okay, I mean, it is hitting my window so bad. I don't know what this is, but he actually went to the hall and sat down.
Taking cover.
I'm like, let me ask you a question, buddy. your dad's asleep on the couch in the loft. Okay, I'm probably 15 feet from you. You couldn't come get me to join you. Are you just going to come sit down? Well, no, I was scared. I didn't know what it was. For a second, I just, stood there and listened. But man, it created a mess. So I get home yesterday, first chance of daylight, because you leave and it's dark. So you come home and you're like, okay, how bad is it? There's stuff everywhere. It took me an hour to clean up around the house. Everybody's just. And hey, the little blow-ups next door, they didn't fare well.
Oh, I bet.
My neighbor,
son.
oh yeah, the Griswolds next door. He had some that he was trying to get blown back up.
Frosty Snowman was bent over.
Yeah, he was. I was gonna. And he had a little Christmas tree that was all bent up. And it's just a mess. It was a mess.
As many as he has, I bet he had to walk through the neighborhood and gather them up.
Yeah,
they were probably just strode all over the neighborhood.
Oh yeah, you can. He said he had.
Wolf one was on top of your house.
He said he has 22 out. Okay, he has 22 out, and he has an attic full of more because a lot of everybody there kind of downsized. Whatever, smaller home. And he said his yard at his other house was just huge, and so now
he can't use all of them.
No, he can't. But some of the neighbors, because we've got Santa coming to the Cove on Saturday night, some of the neighbors said, "Hey, you need to turn it up a little bit more." So he was out there putting up more. He was saying, "I got to find an empty spot and put some more up."
Well, it's going to be tough to find
he could lease these out. Yeah. He could lease these out to you guys.
Go.
Yeah.
Have a little side business. Everybody wins.
Yeah.
You could go over and pick out the ones he's not using.
Yeah.
Put them up.
He's coming over on in my yard a little bit, but I'm okay. I'm not going to be.
Are you that guy that yells about his property line?
No. Well, no.
That's
fine.
on my property.
No, I'm fine. Santa can be in my yard for a little bit. That's fine.
So
it's inside the dog fence, but whatever.
Right.
Yeah, he's back there in your backyard staring at you.
Now, one of them, and I don't know which one it is. One of them plays a little bit of music. And it kind of freaked me out a little bit this morning. It's one of his new ones. And so I'm going to the truck and I'm like, I hear music. I hear music. And it's like, and
this is going on just 24 hours.
Uh-huh, yeah. I mean, but it's not real loud, but you can kind of faintly hear it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, do I hear music? It's 4:00 in the morning. Where is this coming from?
Goodness.
But so yeah. The Cove it's festive though.
It is. It took a hit with the wind, but it's back.
It did. It took a big hit with the wind, but everybody's getting ready.
Everybody gathered their inflatables back up, got them to the yard they belong in.
Right. It's a mess, man. Anticipation of Santa coming to the Cove Saturday night.
Handing out candy.
Yep. Even made the Facebook page for our subdivision. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. 866 We Be Big. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
a honky-tonk holiday at the Cowboy Cabaret. Revving up my old Chevrolet to go honky-tonkin' on Christmas Day. Get a move on, come with me at the roadhouse on the old highway. All the fiddlers are gonna play. It's a honky-tonk holiday. Gonna have some wine and a real fine time at my favorite watering hole. It's a wonderland with my favorite cowhand when he smooches me under the mistletoe. Hurry, Santa, don't delay. You can double park your sleigh at the roadhouse on the old highway. It's a honky-tonk holiday.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show here on day 9 of the 12 working days of Christmas. It's the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour break. Big year ender coming up on Friday, where the characters will have 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. Adler teasing he might have a little song for us. We'll see how that's playing out. See him kind of preparing for that, but that's about all he'll tell me. So we'll see how that plays out as well. Lots of gifts and lots of things to do this week, and so we thank you for being with the show here on the old Rick and Bubba Show each and every day, making us part of your day. Greg, you were reading a little something here in the break that we need to kind of break down and discuss.
Well, we hear about traditions, holiday traditions.
Yep.
We all have them, right?
Yep.
I've never heard of this. Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
Health officials have urged against eating the traditional cannibal sandwiches over the holidays. And it's also called tiger meat.
Okay.
Let me tell you what that consists of. Basically, it is raw hamburger meat, raw, completely raw, with raw onions and bread. Well, first of all, I don't know. How do you tie that to holiday tradition?
No, I don't get
that.
that.
I'm
No,
missing.
no.
Secondly, well, who would have? What in the world?
I know.
I mean,
Who would even eat
you
that?
can't eat raw hamburger meat, right?
No, you can't. I mean,
not
I
recommended.
wouldn't.
Well, they're
I
coming
would
out-
like for you to know. I'd like to know how much for you to eat it, though.
How much? Ooh, let me think. I got to put some good.
And
bit
we're
of money
getting.
down
I mean,
on
we're
that.
getting sick. Probably. I mean, I would
Do I eat
think.
that? Is it a big
I'm
sandwich?
close to being sick now.
Is
Yeah,
it
I
a
know.
big
Talking
sandwich
about
or a
it.
small one?
I'll give you. I'll tell you what
biscuit.
I'll do is I'll let's go. I'll go biscuit, or I'll just cut the sandwich in half, make you eat half of it.
I'll do it for a couple thousand.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll survive that.
So just
I don't want to.
Throwing up sick for a couple thousand.
No, I think I can work through it, but I mean, I'm saying that because I don't think the market will bear much
Okay.
more than that.
Okay.
You know?
All right.
I'm just thinking about the market
Right.
for doing that.
Right.
Can't be that high
Mm-hmm.
because people in Wisconsin do it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's a holiday tradition. I don't know. So the Department of Health has to come out and go, hey, y'all,
Mm-hmm.
let's try not to eat cannibal sandwiches for the holidays.
Yeah.
Nothing says the holidays like a cannibal sandwich.
It's sad they have to put that out.
I didn't know that even existed, but yeah. They said in 2013 they had more than a dozen E. coli bacteria cases because everybody knows a steak, E. coli lives on the surface.
Here we
so
go.
you can eat a raw steak because you sear the surface and it's gone. Hamburger meat, you've ground the surface up in there, so if you don't fully cook it, there's a chance.
Yep.
How about if you don't cook it at all? There's really a chance.
There's a big chance.
And I like beef as much as anybody, but I'd never heard of the tiger meat / cannibal
I have
sandwich,
never
and I
heard of
dang
that.
sure didn't know it was tied to the holidays.
No.
Fa la la la.
Merry Christmas. Where's that sandwich? I don't.
Well, to get the holiday started, we're gonna sit down and eat a cannibal sandwich.
Yeah.
Well, like we always do.
Mm-hmm. How do you like your burgers? Just like a regular burger. If you're ordering a burger,
I don't want it overcooked, but obviously, now my steak I like medium rare.
You do.
But my beef, ground beef, I want it done, but I don't want it burnt.
Right. So you don't like,
Juicy.
do you pink inside? Yeah.
No, not on my hamburger.
No. So
I'd
medium.
rather, I want it done.
It's kind of a medium well kind of.
Yeah, I want
Just
it-
on
yeah.
the other side of pink.
Yeah, I want it dry.
just on the other side of pink, and I want it juicy.
Right.
Yes, because if you go too far the other way, it's dry.
Right.
Yeah.
But now my steak, I'll eat my steak medium rare.
Okay.
I like that.
Well, okay. Really?
You know what I always do to make sure the hamburgers are done, like to my liking, is I always make one patty that's a little bigger than everything else. And I take it off the grill first and check it, and I figure if it's good, the rest of them are good.
True. You go.
That's my plan.
If thick here is good, then
I try to just take my time. I'll set the temperature really low, really low, and then just let it just, so you don't burn the outside. You don't want that, because then now everything's burned on the outside and the inside's not done.
I know.
So I try to go a little slow and Terry, the boys really have never said, "Oh, I like mine like this." They just kind of eat.
Yeah,
whatever.
hamburgers and not like steaks. Now we're gonna get particular.
Yeah.
Anybody that well cooks a steak ruins it.
Right. I'm gonna tell you this right now.
Ruins it.
Okay. Love my mom. Mom, how you doing? Love you. She's listening right now and watching right now. Hey, Mom, Dad. By the way, Larry the Leaf, the second book coming out here soon. I have to talk to you about
chapter
that.
book.
But she would send something back in a second.
Oh, my mom the same way.
And I would have that second hand a little bit. I mean, because you could tell the people were working, and she was nice. She was never rude about it. So please don't say that. But she would send something back in a second if it had any pink in it at all.
Oh,
and I'm like, what?
My mom's
this is burnt now, Mom.
You need to catch the one my mother went on fire and blow it out. And then she would go, I really don't like steak. Well, I guess not. Because yours isn't any good. I wouldn't like it either. I don't like steak. No, it's how it's cooked is what you don't like.
All right, so Cannibal Burger.
A traditional holiday tradition.
Or go to the yard and pick up something Mr. Buddy's done. Which one?
Good night.
What do you mean?
Well, you know what I mean.
No,
you mentioned
a
it.
Cannibal sandwich.
Okay. Well, you mentioned it the other day.
Well, how much money we talking?
Huh?
No.
5. Huh?
Is it dry?
Yeah. He's thinking about it. I saw you throw out that scenario the other day.
Yeah, well, that was because Ricky lost his taste. Remember? I was just going, hey, let's do an experiment.
Right.
Which would have been fun. But.
Yeah.
If you have no taste, can you eat a cannibal sandwich?
Well, I mean, you're still going to get sick.
The look of how hamburger meat feels and all.
No, sir.
I've never had the desire to eat raw hamburger meat. I just hadn't.
No. Sorry, not
doing it. Of course, I'm
it.
not from Wisconsin, and I don't celebrate the holidays in Wisconsin, because evidently it's a traditional.
Yeah. For some reason, I have missed that memo.
I wonder if they leave it out for Santa Claus. Hey, leave Santa a cannibal sandwich.
Instead of some cookies and milk, leave the cannibal sandwich.
The fact it's called cannibal sandwich.
Yeah.
That ought to.
That'll scare you right there.
That'll ruin the holidays.
Yeah.
They need to stick with a beer and cheese. Be done with it.
There you go.
I mean, good night.
Cheese and dairy farms and all that good
Call
stuff.
me crazy. I like most of my stuff cooked. I don't like. I
don't
like
like
anything.
taking it out. I'm not a big sushi guy. I'm not a big. I want a little flame on it.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you the most disturbing thing I've seen in a long time.
Guys, think about it. The world completely changed with fire.
Yes.
Oh, fire was a big
when
move.
we figured fire out, that was a game changer.
Yeah.
I was burning some boxes yesterday, and I got to thinking about that.
They looked at each other like, hoo, hoo, hoo.
Yeah, they did.
Like, hey.
What about the dad that stuck his hand in to test it?
I know.
They did. Hey.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Hey, it's
kind of too close.
It's kind of like our best of bit where the first person that discovered riding animals. I mean, we can ride them. It's like we'll never walk again.
That's true.
The first person that discovered fire.
What about they were eating cannibal sandwiches and then they discovered fire? I wonder who the first one goes, if we take his meat and put it in that fire, it actually is a little better.
Right. I mean, it's a game changer, y'all.
We got to get a stick that'll handle it.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Day 9 of the 12 working days of Christmas is today. Another great prize, plus a Pradco Moultrie Mobile package valued at $160. All that to give away today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Santa Fe Saloon. We'll whoop it up right this not so silent night. Baby, belt down a Christmas tune. We'll be feeling bright and gay, misbehaving on Christmas Day, getting married the country way. It's a honky tonk holiday. It's a honky tonk holiday.
We're back. 25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Day 9 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Another great gift to give away today. Santa's little helper, Bubba, will decide which gift that we give away. And it's going to make somebody's day and add a Pradco Moultrie mobile package on top of that. You got the camera, the SD card, batteries, tree mount for the camera. And so all that going to give away today, plus the Wheel of Meat can spin at any time. That's back on the table as well. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We got Helmsy. He's zooming in from his garage for what he hopes is the last day. And he can be back in studio with us. And then everybody's back together. And we'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah.
All right, can we make it to Friday with everybody here? Yes or no?
At this point, it's hard to tell. It really is.
Is somebody just going to trade places with Helmsy? You know?
It could happen.
It could. It could. I love how we're all preparing like days in advance. I mean, like you with scheduling and everything, because you're like, you never know what's going to happen. Never know.
Who knows?
But big year ender coming up on Friday, and so big.
It's not that big this year.
No, it's not. It's not that big. What we were just talking about, it's so not that big. We didn't even put the Christmas tree up here in the studio. We just it's still back in storage, whatever.
Yeah.
You know?
Not very festive in
This
here.
is Adler's Christmas tree that he let the show have.
Yep.
And that's
Remember you brought them old ornaments?
I did. I did. Terry's like, well, these are in the attic. You can have them.
Is it still back there?
Yeah. It's back in the back in the corner.
Okay.
I thought we tossed it.
No,
Did
it's
we?
there. No, it's there. I mean, I remember moving it in the back unless somebody else threw it away.
We did toss it.
I thought we tossed it.
And we had this. We said something like, "We'll just get another one."
No, by the way, y'all just made that
We
up.
may have.
Unless I wasn't
I may
here.
have
I'm
made that
serious. Serious business. I think we did. I think
need you
we
to go
had
check.
a conversation in the
I'm
back.
going to
that
check.
Right.
Hold on, Greg, listen, because I don't want you to forget. We had a conversation, just as you said, about, hey, if we're going to have a tree, let's do it. And Greg, you and I stood back there and took the ornaments off of it and we asked Adler if he wanted these ornaments before we tossed the tree.
All right, so here's
that I don't remember.
here's the
Probably
deal.
happened, but I don't remember.
I remember moving it into the back corner, all right, away from everything, to where we could actually walk, because it'll get piled up back there. And that's the last I remember. So if it was thrown away, I wasn't a part of it. I don't know.
You actually suggested we throw it away.
All right, so here's the challenge.
Yep.
If I'm right, what do y'all have to do? Huh? And then if y'all are right, what do I have to do?
We got to eat a cannibal sandwich.
No, I'm not going there.
Speedy, you're eating a cannibal sandwich if I remember right.
What do you want me to do?
I'm going to look.
You got to do 10 burpees right there.
Burpees.
Huh?
Just look. I just
All right, Adler, and
it's gone.
I told
is
y'all.
it really?
Y'all threw out my Christmas tree.
I didn't. I
Who
wasn't.
threw out my Christmas
I was not a
tree?
part of that. I was not a part of that. Who would throw the Christmas tree away? By the way,
This was a group project.
no, I wasn't a part of that. I mean, had nothing to do. This is the first I've heard of it. This is you two right here. I'm pointing.
Did we throw it out?
I vaguely remember
Is it not
that.
in the corner?
I thought we.
It's
threw
not
it
in the
out.
corner
I
back
looked
on.
all the way back there. I had some good memories with that tree.
Who would throw a Christmas tree away?
Kevin and I looking at it together. That's about it. Being alone.
But it's a
being
good one.
lonely.
Yeah, that's true. That was
I'll
a tree
say
before
this.
you had a family.
That was
Yeah.
my bachelor tree. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
wow.
remember physically taking it to a trash dump, but
How hard
I
did
do
you look?
remember us taking the ornaments off of it and asking Adler if he wanted it.
But
Oh,
who?
really?
But,
Those
but who
ornaments.
took it? Did somebody take it to the dumpster? Because I
don't
definitely
know.
don't remember.
Did you
doing
look
that.
like one of my kids? Look.
I think
Did
I
you?
remember having
I
a
did,
discussion
I did.
about it.
Huh?
Yes. Yes. Kid
But Adler,
style.
if
I
that's your
looked kid style.
if that's your bachelor tree, this is fitting that we did away with it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Poor
that tree
thing.
could talk.
Who gave the ornaments
Yeah.
away? Those ornaments were special.
We did.
to the
We
Woodward.
put 'em in
Yeah,
a box.
Speedy had some really good ornaments.
We put them in a box and put them back there.
Wow.
Santa without a
so,
beard.
by the way, I missed a lot if y'all were detailed enough to put ornaments in a box.
Them ornaments he brought, you know, like the misfit toys on the island.
Yeah.
That's what they're about.
Well,
like.
we needed some, and I found some in the attic. What do you do? Huh? Old box that we don't use anymore?
Like one was like the California raisins and stuff like that.
Well, Adler, I'm sorry. I didn't know they did that.
Yeah, I'm hurt.
We
but it's
didn't.
for
I
the
didn't
best.
toss it.
I don't
I'm
remember
just telling
tossing.
you,
I remember the discussion. I think.
Well, then
Yeah.
it should be back
Well,
there.
who would have
then.
tossed it then?
Well, we got.
I mean, who would
we
physically
got like.
got it?
We wouldn't have boxed it
man.
up, right? It's not in
No,
a
you
box.
never
Just
had a
boxed
box.
it up. And I don't know
Oh.
about y'all, but I would not have walked a Christmas tree to the dump.
No, me neither.
Wow. So we got like Christmas Christmas tree.
Christmas tree?
Christmas tree
He
game.
said it 4
Gosh
times.
Oh, my
almighty.
goodness.
He said it
Oh,
4
wow.
times.
I don't know.
Concerning.
I know. Just hush.
Christmas tree.
I hope it's thrown away now.
Christmas
Did we
tree.
put-
Oh, Christmas tree.
Hey, DSP, how's it going?
I don't know what happened. Just saying. I
Did
think
we
I had.
write Basura
I
on
think
it
I had a
and stick it in
mini
the hall?
stroke. Just saying. I want to say hello and good morning to Ryan.
That same guy that stole Adler's earpods may have stole the Christmas
Tree gate.
Hey, by the
That's
way,
a
when
good
I
point.
accused the people of stealing from me at the gas station, it all cleared out. That was just the banker
Or you'll
or the
accuse
gas
somebody, won't
station
you?
pre-checking. So thank you, everybody,
didn't
for
know
the
they
email
did
that
that.
told me that. Yeah, so
I didn't know they did that, but you'll accuse somebody from stealing.
$36.94. That charge went through, not $95. So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
I did accuse some people. All right.
Christmas tree.
But it was a joke too.
Right.
I was just kidding.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll figure it out. We'll
I don't
get to
know
the
what
bottom
happened
of
to the
it.
tree.
We're actually going to go look in the break and see if you half looked.
I vaguely
Is it in
remember.
his office? Is it in Adler's office?
Did we didn't put it in my
No,
office? did we? It's-
somebody would have to physically move the tree, and if we're all sitting here going, "I didn't do it," well, then we've got an issue. If it's not back there,
Hams, I remember us talking about it, but
Yeah, we
I
did
don't
talk
remember
about
us physically taking it though.
No, I don't either.
But we may
talking
have.
about the Christmas tree. I couldn't say
Christmas
it.
tree?
I don't know what happened.
DSP, how's it going?
I don't know. Hey,
Gerg, and we got Zinghead.
Pig Latin.
hey, well, careful
I'm trying
here.
to say the
You
different
got a blue
names.
jean jacket on, and I've ignored it.
Okay, well,
Okay.
because it's got my cool guy.
What's funny is he said Christmas tree.
Hey, buddy, can we move
and
on?
we've all done that, but he said it 4
I
times.
know. And here's what's so weird is my brain knew what to say. I couldn't get it out. It's like I was literally, I was like,
And he was adamant about
He was
it.
looking up, trying to say it, looking up while
I
saying
got my tree.
concerning. Concerning.
Hey, easy.
It is concerning.
Why?
Holidays are almost here. You get a little time off. You'll be better.
Say Christmas tree as fast as you can 3
Christmas
times.
tree, Christmas tree, Christmas tree, Christmas tree, Christmas tree, Christmas tree. I'm like Flavor Flav up in here, buddy. I'm snapping.
All right, so is that Aaron's jacket?
No, dude, this is a cool ass jacket.
It's kind of high cut a little. Cool ass.
All right,
It's a
man.
CAJ.
Yeah, man.
They are coming back.
It's a jean jacket.
I had one
I'm
just
a
like it when
hipster.
I was a
I
kid.
get it.
Right.
I'm a hipster. All right. I will try to find the garland little wraps and put them on the microphone booms because I know Bubba
Buddy.
loves that.
He does. That was his favorite
He
thing.
hates it.
That was his favorite thing.
I spent like time decorating Bubba because what is this crap?
Right.
Get this off.
Yeah, you spend like
Hey.
4 o'clock up here one day.
I was an engineer 20 years ago. Don't you mess with this stuff.
Do you think Bubba threw the tree away because he was afraid that garland was going to come back out?
Yeah, it could
Well, maybe.
I don't know.
We
But
could
it-
hang ornaments. We could hang
all right,
ornaments.
all right,
and
we,
stuff.
we do have an issue, all right? I know I can't say Christmas tree, so it's going to be tough for me to point at you guys. But if y'all threw away a tree and can't remember, y'all have got problems too.
I'm
Okay?
just thinking about how different the big year ender was last year, guys. We had the studio
Played a
full.
song.
We did a band thing. We were doing daily documentaries. Y'all were rock stars on the daily documentaries. In fact, I think if you start the daily documentaries, you could watch one a day from here until Christmas.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty awesome.
That's right.
A lot of
go
people
back.
do that.
That would be a good idea.
You did a really good job, and you don't realize how good a job you did until you go back and look at it and go, "Wow, that was well done." That was a lot of fun.
You guys brought
Adler,
it. You guys
they were
brought
the
it, too.
hit of my family,
Yeah.
and Caroline asked me yesterday if you were going to do them again.
Yeah.
It's like that tree. It just ain't happening.
Yeah.
Speedy's ornaments, the 3-legged Rudolph, and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
There is that Christmas tree lot right across the road here.
Right.
And I passed them this morning. I noticed they're down to just the Charlie Brown Christmas trees.
Really?
Yes,
I see
like
what
a
you-
whole field of
I
them.
see what you're doing.
We could.
I've got a Christmas tree holder. I couldn't bring it till tomorrow. I
Yeah.
can't come because there is a highly likely chance that I
Highly
could pass
likely?
this thing on between now and tomorrow morning.
Right. That could be. And then you're back in the garage.
I can remember last year coming doing the best ofs and the tree being in here lit when you got here.
Yes.
Yeah, I know, because on New Year's Eve last year, I put it up.
Oh, so
I
you
mean,
threw it away.
No, I put it back in the storage room. So I don't know what happened. That's weird.
Speedy threw away my bachelor tree.
No.
I had a lot of good memories tied to that.
Come out on the Christmas tree.
Like me and Kevin sitting alone in a dark, cold room.
Wondering what's going to happen in your life. Stuff
Yes.
like that.
Come out the Christmas tree.
Yeah. And this is the the Bick and Rubba show. We'll be right back.
You're still wearing the blue jean jacket, and it's inside.
I'm
too.
a hipster, buddy. I'm a hipster. All right.
We're inside.
Denim cowboy.
Whatever, man. Say Christmas tree.
Love should heal it. Dan is doing well, and I'm so glad to hear. On the happiest day of the year. Oh, it's Christmas Day, baby. Baby, baby, baby. It's Christmas Day, baby. Baby, baby, baby. It's Christmas Day, baby. Baby, baby, baby. Shout to the world, put a smile on your face now. Merry Christmas, baby.
10 minutes till top of the hour.
Pass the
Thank you so
gravy,
much
please.
for tuning in. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at TheraBreath. You know, if there's one thing that wearing masks have done, it's caused you to kind of smell your own breath a little bit and go, oh wow, so this is what everybody else is smelling. So TheraBreath can help that situation. If you're tired of smelling your own bad breath in a face mask, check them out at TheraBreath.com. That's TheraBreath.com. Get TheraBreath. You know, we have been talking about them for quite some time. Millions of people in 100-plus countries have used their clinically proven TheraBreath formulas. You need to check them out right now. You can find TheraBreath products at well over 100 different retailers across the nation, including Walgreens, Walmart, CVS, Target, Publix, Kroger, Winn-Dixie, and more. You can also buy it online or direct at TheraBreath.com. And be sure to tell them that Rick and Bubba sent you. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Buy some today, folks. You'll be happy you did, especially leaning on into the holiday season here. Big year ender coming up on Friday. Best ofs after that. That'll wrap up 2020, and then the guys back first week of January. I know that sounds crazy, but that's actually that's upon us. It's here. A couple of just really quick sports stories, and then we'll move on to some other things. I see where the Oregon Ducks are replacing the Washington Huskies in the Pac-12 title game. That's right. The Pac-12 is actually having a title game after they've only played a few games, but apparently Washington has so many people on this COVID protocol, they can't field 53 scholarship players, so Oregon's jumping in and taking their place.
Well, let me ask you, so Washington, I haven't paid attention. Washington beat Oregon this year, or have they even played?
Greg, I don't think that they've played.
I don't think they did
have.
They're 2-3 and going to the game.
Well, here's the deal, Pac-12. You waited so late to decide to play.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you're in. You know, the teams that started early when the pandemic wasn't peaking, at that point we had kind of a downturn. They got a lot of their games in, but then the Pac-12, they waited till the last minute to decide to get in this thing.
Yeah.
Look what happened.
Yeah. Vanderbilt, Georgia football game has been nixed again. Now it's just declared no contest. Not going to happen.
Well, the world will be okay if that game doesn't happen.
Yeah. It looks like Vandy cannot meet the SEC limits as well on fielding players.
They couldn't find any more girls on the soccer team.
Speaking of Vanderbilt, they've named Notre Dame's DC Clark Lee their new head football coach. So
hey, good luck, Clark.
I know. They have filled that vacancy. And then last night,
I think he played there and is a Nashville native.
Yeah,
so
he's coming back home.
I think you're right. He graduated.
And Lamar Jackson last night brings the Ravens back. It was a back-and-forth game. I had to make a decision when the third quarter started. I just got to go to bed. It's not worth it. I love my Cleveland Browns, but I just can't do it. I'm tired. And so
I did the same thing. I watched the both of them's first series. They took it down and scored. And I said, this is going to be a good ball game.
Yeah. And the Ravens actually kick a field goal with time winding down. And beat the Browns 45-42 in what some are calling a Monday Night Football game to remember. It was back and forth. Lamar Jackson left the game because of cramps, had to go get an IV, then comes back and leads them down to score. And then Baker Mayfield takes the Browns down. They score to tie the game with like a minute left. And then the Ravens get down in field goal range and kick a winning field goal as the clock hits 0. So there's your Monday Night Football. This here, we've got a couple of stories. I don't understand this one. Every time we bring things up like this, we go, it's a head scratcher. Mom, 38, falls to her death while posing for photo in Australia. I don't understand these people. I've got to take a picture. I've either got to get closer to the animal to where I end up getting attacked, like with the bison, or I got to get closer to the edge where I end up falling. I don't understand these people.
And don't forget, they always climb over barriers, safety barriers,
like she did,
to keep them from getting. In this case, she did.
Yep.
You got some people just out in the wild. I get that, but then a lot of times it's zoos and the geysers. The hot water. How many times have people fell in those because they were past the barrier? They put those there for a reason.
I got to get closer. I don't understand those people, and we've brought that up multiple times. Every time something like this is printed, it's like, again, really?
I mean, them barriers. They're exaggerating. I'm not going to get over that. Well, there you went.
Yeah.
Hope you enjoy your last picture. Because that's the last one you're going to have.
Exactly.
Speedy, I got proof that you haven't been in Pennsylvania anytime lately.
What's that?
Waitress there received a $5,000 tip.
Okay.
on a $200 bill, which you wouldn't order that much food either. But
Greg.
anyway, how about this? What if your waitressing? She's a college student. She's going to be a nurse, and she checks her tip. She got $5,000.
Wow.
That's pretty good. She
That's
said
very good.
it was a group of people that are, I think, are customers there that are regulars, and they all divvied up. And how about that? That's pretty good.
Well, that's nice.
Pretty good tip for a. I mean, I know they add a tip when it's like over so many people in a party. I believe we went above and beyond that.
Yeah.
Biggest tip you ever gave?
Biggest tip I've ever gave?
Yeah. Just curious.
I don't know. I can't. I don't
Okay.
know. I mean,
You went tip.
I
went
consi-
tip. What is that? Tip?
I consider myself. I want to be a good tipper. You know what I mean? And so
I want to be a good anything, but that doesn't mean I do it.
I'd like to be a good speaker.
so we minimum is 20% for the wilderness.
He wants to be a good tipper,
You know what
which
I'm saying?
means he don't do
In
it.
other words, when we leave, I want the whoever was serving us to go. That was a good tip, and so I
Okay.
think we try to pull that off every
Okay,
time.
well that's good.
Yeah.
I thought you might be one of those.
No, guys, I'm not going to do that. The whole cheap thing is a joke.
Yeah.
Helmsy's really the cheap one.
You basically tell him to keep the change, and it's like 85 cents.
I
tell you what, just
prefer
keep
it
the
to be named frugal.
There you go, Helmsy. Let's land there. I like that.
I don't
too.
think you're cheap.
Yeah.
Look, I've seen you shell out money for your family on different things. You're not cheap.
He's
I
pretty
have.
cheap.
I mean,
Now, with Mama being down, especially you talking about spending money. I had to take care of dinner last night.
Oh boy,
Went and got the rotisserie chicken from the deli.
that was rough on you there.
Couple of sides, huh? You don't think I
What a
was
bargain! I love that chicken's been sitting out there about 10 hours.
Greg, it was hot.
don't knock on the rotisserie.
Sometimes
We
you
do
look
that.
at it, you can tell it's been there a while, and I don't want nothing to do with it.
Greg, I love peeling the skin off of it. It's
There it
good.
is.
It's got that glaze over it.
No, it was good. It was really good.
I want them to write the time on the box when they put it out.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, I kind of underestimated how much we needed, and so
you didn't have
I
enough.
fixed 3 plates, and I ended up eating cereal.
Oh, so you didn't have enough for
Yeah,
yourself?
No, I was like, wow.
How about that?
I really didn't. I
There
underestimated.
ain't as much
this.
meat on them as you'd like.
Right. I mean, and especially with some boys that
Yeah.
are eating.
You'd
I mean,
like a little more meat on it.
Yeah. I realized it too as I was serving and getting the last plate, and I was like, wow. So
A little bony.
yeah.
To your
What you
point,
A lot of bones, not as much meat.
Gotcha. Right.
to your point, I've noticed as our kids get older, we're cooking the same portions, and it's not working out.
Right.
It doesn't go as far.
Yeah, they tend to start scarfing it on down.
They do.
I texted Reese and because I
So
knew
you
he,
ate the cereal after all that.
yeah, I knew he was eating. I knew he was
What
getting
cereal?
I went with Cheerios, Honey Nut.
That's a good choice.
It's a good
Yeah.
choice.
I either go with that or a crackling
Good
oat
hearty
Bran.
Yeah,
choice.
Terry will play with flavor. She likes the cinnamon Cheerios, and I can't go there. I'm Honey Nut.
I'm a Honey Nut guy.
Yeah, I'll go Honey Nut in a second. But I texted Reese because I knew he got off work at 6, and I texted him. I said, "Hey, dinner. You make a plate, put it in the microwave. That's standard." And then they come in and they see it and they can heat it up or whatever. I said, "Hey, dinner's in the microwave." And he was so excited. So I wasn't going to take away from him, when I didn't plan
You were
for
thinking
enough.
I should have got one more
Yeah,
chicken.
you're right. And boy, it smelled good.
Did
too.
they have a bargain like one and
No,
potato wedges for-
they do. You can do the family deal where you get a rotisserie chicken and then 2 sides and then 4 rolls.
for a family?
I know. But the sides are
I could
big.
eat
They're
the whole
they're big,
rotisserie
deep.
chicken
They're
myself.
deep cups that they
Yeah.
fill up to the top. But I mean, once I started divvying it out, I was like,
Uh-oh, Daddy gonna eat some cereal.
Daddy did. Daddy underestimated big time. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. 866 We Be Big is our number. We are celebrating Helmsy and Amanda's 19th wedding anniversary today.
No, 19th.
Plus, it's day 9 of the 12 working days of Christmas. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy,
It is
please.
6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. How about you? Thank you for being with us today. Much to do going forward on the program. We start this hour with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour, and you have the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we move forward. It is gift number 9 in the 12 working days of Christmas today. Will of Meat is in play. We unpack the stories of the day, and we work our way to the big year ender, which will happen this Friday. And we'll finish 2020 as far as the Rick and Bubba calendar. We'll move into best of shows and Rick and Bubba replays. Then we'll all come back in the 1st of January, and we will celebrate, Lord willing, our 27th birthday. We got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler here at the studio. Helmsy finishes out his quarantine. No issues with him today. He'll return tomorrow, and he and his wife celebrate their anniversary as far as the day today. But as we know and heard the kickoff hour, in the world of children and school and work, if your anniversary day falls in the middle of the week, you're probably going to celebrate it over the weekend. But today is the day they were married, so we celebrate their marriage today on the program. We do take your phone calls today, too, at that number I just gave you. An 866-WE-BE-BIG has been working quite well, so hopefully she is solidified and will make her way to the end. Look right there. There he sits, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Santa's little helper. Most of you know him best as the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice. Professional lunch eaters, man of the year. The inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
I'm great, Rick. How are you, sir?
Fired up. Let's all sing it, Bubba. I see gift number 9 over there.
Number 9 is today, and we want to continue passing out Christmas cheer, Rick.
Well, today we will continue to do it, and we're building to the end. May have some things that we may add right here at the end. We'll see. All of that is working its way. We want to do something. I mean, my goodness. I mean, it's like 2020 needs something. I mean, it just needs something.
Well, you know, we're giving it all the love we can, Rick. But you know, anything we can pile on, you know, I'm all for.
Well, it just needs something.
You know, it's tough times out there. I got a very heartfelt letter from young man who was wanting to be an intern here, and I had to break the news to him. We're not doing that right now until this COVID thing lays down. But I told Bill Barr that I'll get back with him as soon as we start that again. So.
Hang in there, Bill.
Yeah. Somebody go get Bill's resume. Let me look at it. If we can get him a nickname.
Let's get him in there screening some calls.
Boy,
I would love to see Bill Barr's face in that window right there.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, man.
I'm looking at the stuff that Speedy's laid out for us, too, and this is funny. The New York Times still hasn't covered Eric Swalwell's Chinese spy scandal. Still hadn't done a story on it.
Hadn't covered it yet.
Hadn't done a story. So we got vaccine updates today. We're just rolling out vaccines. People.
Yeah, did you see all the people getting shots yesterday?
Boy, I'm telling you, they're just getting a shot everywhere you look.
I kind of want to follow up with them here in the next few days.
Well,
see how it's going. You know what I mean?
Here's the good news, okay? And I was talking yesterday with everybody's favorite hypochondriac, JT.
Yeah, I had old JT.
Well, he's got the antibodies, but of course he thinks that's not enough.
Right.
Okay. Right. And matter of fact, I think you remember that time that the hospital called us and said, "Will y'all please tell him to stop calling?"
Well, I think they were asking us to quit chiming him up,
right,
so that he quit calling them.
I'm going to tell you something. I bet you JT's doctor would love to call somebody and say, because he's not really our responsibility like he once was,
right?
But to call somebody and say, well, if he asked me about his antibodies one more time,
oh boy,
okay, because he said he's had every antibody test ever. He said I'm just full of antibodies.
Right.
And I said, well, JT, that's good. And I said, look, here's the good.
You're in good shape for 90 days.
Well, here's what I told him. I said, I've seen the low end 90 days. I've seen the high end. That was the T cell story. Says maybe over a year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We don't know. Nobody's had it that long.
So we think 90 days is pretty good, and we think I would tend to think it's probably somewhere in between the 90 and the year. Would you say?
Rick, it's just a guess at this point. We don't know.
But I told him because he's got. I mean, he literally when he showed up yesterday, I spent some time with him. We hadn't seen each other. We said we probably haven't hung out in. I'm talking about years, as far as actually been in the same room.
I know. We've tried to get together and have lunch, and he's always voice tracking one of his mini stations.
His schedule doesn't work with us at all, and it nearly didn't work yesterday. So I mean, he literally showed up with his sleeve rolled up. And I said, JT, I have no vaccine. and he goes,
where'd you see him at?
Well, he and I hunted yesterday after.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and it just kind of fell together at the last minute. So, he and it was hilarious as usual. Just talking to JT is hilarious. So I got to spend some time riding down there, riding back, talking. We had dinner last night, so I'm kind of caught up. It was the two antibody guys hanging out.
You're right.
And so
y'all are untouchable.
Yeah, he says to me, "Oh no, I'm getting the vaccine." I said, JT, hang on a minute.
You got to wait till your antibodies are off.
Well,
you don't want too many of them.
You know what he said? No, I said, JT, here's the beauty of the position you're in, and I'm trying to play because this is a perfect scenario for it because you know what he had with him. He still had all the breathing stuff. I said,
just
JT,
in case.
I said, what do you think's going to happen? Well, you never know. He said it's a little cold today. I get out there and start breathing that cold air. I might.
Yeah, you need to be careful.
He said, you think I had my oxygen level? You think I checked it every minute? I said, did you ever even get below 97? He said, no, but I checked it every minute. But anyway, so
I've got one of those little things you put on your finger.
Oh yeah, he just wears his all the time. Yeah. All right, so
it's got a string on it, so you put it around your neck.
Yeah, because
like a whistle.
If it drops into the 80s, you got issues.
Right,
you got to start trying to get. But anyway, and we need to pray, by the way, for a guy that our doctor, his family. We talked about how our prayer warriors were praying for him and how he made a turn, and he's still, and his wife and both of he are very thankful to the audience for praying for him because he was in a bind, and he said he's got there's actually a pastor at Church of the Highlands who's the Spanish pastor Franklin, and he's struggling. So he said for us to pray for him again. Wow. And I think his oxygen level got in the 40s.
Ooh,
so
nice.
So be sure and say a prayer for him. The Latino Hispanic pastor there at Church of the Highlands. I guess it's one of them. I don't know if they have multiples, but I know Franklin. Not well, but I've met him before. So anyway, so be sure and pray for him today, guys. But anyway, so JT says, I said, JT, you're in the perfect position. You and I have the antibodies, and when we get to the end, we will have seen how this vaccine is reacting out there, and we'll know. There's no need for us to rush to the front.
Right.
We have the luxury of laying back and seeing what happens.
Don't rush out there.
Right.
And he was like, you don't think it's just like you have your antibodies and the vaccine? I said, no. There's no reason for you to get the vaccine.
It's liable to turn on yourself.
But you know him. I mean, anything you got that he thinks will keep. And I said, JT,
was he excited about his son moving back to the state?
He was.
Okay.
He was. Yeah, he was. Just don't start that. But anyway, so he said his son's a college football coach. But anyway, so we were talking, and I said, JT, the world's best known hypochondriac, you've done it. You had COVID, and it didn't.
You've defeated.
It didn't. It didn't kill you. I mean, you could be.
You're on a victory lap for hypochondriac.
Yeah, I said today. I mean, this is. I said, I kept calling him my antibody brother. And, I called us the COVID kids. I said, man, we're running free.
Did y'all see anything? Did y'all see her?
Saw lots of deer. Did not see one to shoot though. And for some reason, JT, he was afraid of bears. Bears?
What?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, and we thank you for being with us today. We have a lot to do going forward, so yeah, that's and we're trying to do all that. I have one of the toughest deals with the way we love deer hunting is when the rut starts where we hunt at our place. It's also that time when you need to go visit this and you got this, and you're getting the pre-Christmas stuff done and trying to juggle that, and so I'm afraid that may be the only time I'll be able to go till.
Well, Rick, if you follow the CDC rules and guidelines, they're telling you not to do all that stuff this year.
Yeah, well, it is. You still like we're doing.
I mean, if you won't follow the law, and, go hunting, that would probably be a better.
Well,
thing.
you're right, and I thought yesterday my
a good citizen.
My contribution to society yesterday was about as good as it gets. So you had
the
two
antibody brothers out there.
the COVID kids. We're doing great, and so we'll see. But we're doing things like we are changing things we're doing. Like I think on one end of the family, we're almost doing. You've heard of the drive-through showers. I think we're going to do like a drive-through. Like Sherry and I are just going to go and drop gifts at people's houses on their porch and stuff on one side of the family, and say, here's the gifts we would have brought if we'd all been gathering this year. And so we're finding ways to get around it, and then. And taking the numbers, down a little bit or not getting together as much. And I hate that, but there's not a whole lot you can do. And you certainly want everybody to be comfortable with their situation.
If we can just make it to the end of March, I think we're going to have a whole different deal going on. So, I mean, maybe we need to just kind of vote to redo Christmas, say, on April 1st.
Yeah, well, look, I started thinking about that today because you have to look at the real stuff because there is real stuff there, and then you have to try to say, how does all the manipulation and the propaganda, how does all that work? And I thought to myself, and this is not good news, but for those that still think there's a chance that Trump's going to be president, so I'm going to pretend like that doesn't happen. And if it does, that'd be a great surprise. But if that doesn't happen, and it keeps going like it is, which there would be a inauguration of Joe Biden, or some people say Kamala Harris, coming up in January. So once that happens, there's no need to terrify people anymore. So unless the government just keeps wanting to reach and grab liberty, under the guise of fear. So I think what I'm saying is the vaccine. The vaccine really can't be something that I'm saying there'll be a positive spin that'll start being put on. Hey, here's the vaccine. People have got the antibodies. I think you'll see a much different attitude about COVID post inauguration if it's Biden, Kamala Harris than you see now. And they've got enough tools to work with now. Yeah. They'll start saying, well, we look at the vaccine, look at this, and I think there may be a different attitude about it after that.
Well, I mean, but realistically, didn't we hear that we would have that after the election? And it's got worse. It didn't go away. We all heard that. We probably even joked about it.
Well, but remember, it's still being contested.
Well, the old contesting window is closing. So we had the Electoral College vote yesterday, and that will be counted in Congress, on the 6th? Is that right? January? Is that when they open it?
Yeah, I don't really
open
know.
it up.
Yeah.
And there'll be some folks who will try to upend it there, but that's really the last stop. I mean, I don't see anything else.
Well, even if you follow the science, if the vaccine is effective, and we hope that it is, and there's very few, if any, side effects, and we hope that's the case, you do have a lot of Americans who have already had it, and they have the antibodies. And
they're control rods at this point. They can't spread.
Yeah, and we have more treatments for it than ever before.
Right.
So honestly, all kidding aside, politics aside, agendas aside, overreaching tyrannical governments aside, it really is getting better. I mean, we do have future down the road. You're looking.
Yeah, we're still in the Thanksgiving spike right now.
No question, but I'm talking about you now see there's solutions that are out there. We already have more things we can do for you if you're in trouble than we could before. And so this is heading in a positive direction, regardless of spikes and all that. It still is heading in a positive direction, and we're finding out more and more and more that it has not increased the overall death rate in this country. Now it has been a huge impact on people's lives and businesses and their health. I'm not saying that, but there are not more people in America dying than there is on a normal year, and that continues to kind of show itself. And there's all kinds of games being played with those numbers. What we have, which you can say is true, is we have a pandemic. It should be taken very serious, but it looks like we're starting to see things pop up that may help us get to the end of it. That's a fair, reasonable, level-headed statement.
It's just right now we're in a surge, and like I say, I communicate with several folks who are on the ground in these hospitals, and they're having a time right now. I mean, they are really having a time.
Yep.
And I love how they say, "Oh, it's Thanksgiving," but I know some families that are sick right now, and they didn't go anywhere for Thanksgiving. Right. So, I mean, I know it's easy to say it's Thanksgiving, but a lot of people didn't travel. And to Bubba's point, it's just for some reason it's just spiking right now. More people are sick, and we were talking at the house when we thought Terry might have had it, about what have you done? She's like, I hadn't done anything. I gone to work, come home, hung out.
Didn't do Thanksgiving with other
we just hung out at the house by ourselves. So
well, it goes back to what we kind of been saying all along: do the best you can.
Yeah.
But somebody saying, I tell you what's causing it. How about you got something that people are catching?
Yeah. Boy, are they?
And but then you go back and you say, well, but still, it must not be, unless it is grocery stores and home improvement stores, unless it is that, and we're calling it Thanksgiving gatherings,
right?
Because people have not stopped going to the store.
Well, you had more people getting out, moving around during Thanksgiving. Not everybody did, but the people who did helped to stir it up and spread it. I mean, it's been pretty clear. You're going to get another spike after Christmas. January's going to be a bad one because you're going to have a spike on top of a spike, I'm afraid.
Maybe.
And then hopefully after that, with the vaccine out there, the antibodies out there, maybe you'll start to see a turn. Lights at the end of the tunnel.
That's my point. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. At one time, I don't think we had a light.
It was a long way off.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Merry Christmas. Well, the Car Shield is available to you. I mean, go get this gift for your car. The Car Shield, their protection plans take over where your original warranty leaves off. Once it's over, and I got we have the Car Shield because when you get that deal in the mail that says, "Hey, FYI, we were your warranty and your automobile, we are done with you. You are now on your own." Well, that's when you need to make the move to America's #1 auto protection company. They've helped over 1 million drivers, and they can help you too. Give whatever you drive the best gift for this Christmas to be protected under the Car Shield, which means if it is a covered repair, they will deal directly with the ASC certified mechanic or dealership of your choice. They will pay them directly. They'll give you a rental car while it's being repaired, and then you'll always have 24/7 roadside assistance. So they have various plans. Use the promo code Bubba. We'll get you 10% off. You can find that at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors or by going to carshield.com or call them and mention Bubba, 800-665-2157. Bubba, I do want to read you an email before we get to this. Got this in email, and I thought, you know what? There's no way we can give every shout-out that is requested, but every now and then a shout-out will just jump out at you. And you're just like, you know what? I'm going to go with that one. And again, we can't do them all, but this one was very interesting. Even sent pictures of her and her man. This is an email to us that says, "I'd like to tell you about one of your biggest fans. His name, Dylan Jones. There's not a day that goes by that he does not mention the show or something that you guys have said on the air." And she says, "I am not exaggerating. He currently works where we're all from, over there in Calhoun County. He works in Anniston at the rock quarry there in Coldwater. Says he listens to the show every single day.
Come on.
He even shouts out loud with us when we're doing Bill Bubba Bussy, which means a moment ago he was shouting that at the rock quarry.
I love it.
Says he enjoys The Will of Meat, loves all the intros and themes that y'all play, and finds Henry the Horse to be hilarious.
Yeah.
If we're ever in the car for longer than 10 minutes, he's pulling your radio show up on YouTube to show me a clip. He found that he thinks is funny. He insists I have to hear it. He just recently bought How to Be a Man, the 40-day devotional, and is reading that and growing in his relationship with Christ. Well, hallelujah. Though he finds y'all extremely hilarious, he loves the way you guys carry yourself with your devotion to the Lord, and also just the general worldview that you guys share every day. So thanks a lot. He says he now looks to you guys as role models in his life as a man. Well, how nice. Well, yeah. So anyway, she says, unfortunately, I'm not able to listen to your show while I'm at work, so I'm not even sure you guys ever do shout-outs, and we don't do many, and we certainly can't do all. She said, but I wanted you to know that you have a guy like this that really loves your show. Once COVID goes away, I hope I can get him some golden ticket seats and send him up there. So anyway, I won't tell the other part because it looks like he's going to get a Christmas gift, so I won't mention that. But anyway, so Dylan Jones, Katie Pinkston sent us this, and Katie let us know how much you love the show. And Dylan, it is guys like you that when that alarm clock goes off every day, get us up out of the bed and get another show out of us.
Yeah, that's right.
So thank you for that. So Bubba, I have been telling you about this struggle with Instagram, and I don't know if you didn't hear me or it wasn't affecting you yet, but I don't know who is in charge of Instagram and who decided this new way they do things, but it has ruined Instagram, the Instagram experience. And again, all I really do with it is use it for stuff for the show or things we want to get out or stuff to share with family. But it used to be that you decided the people that you wanted to see. Yeah, it was your choice.
Yeah, I mean, that's you followed them, right? It wasn't at the turn.
And so if you didn't follow someone, then you had no idea what people were posting unless you went to the search mode,
right?
And you searched somebody. Of course, I don't like what they do in the search mode now either.
Oh, I get all kind of junk on that.
So now
I don't even know how. Can you clear all that out somehow?
Well, the only thing you can do, but the problem is you have to do it over and over and over and over again. Is when now Instagram, when you go there, as a lot of you know, they show you things they think that you would like to follow.
Right, I got that.
Based on like the movie Social Dilemma, they're monitoring what you do,
and they're saying these are things we think you would like.
Right.
So, but see, they'll overwhelm you with just you can't even get back to, like, I was trying to look at the latest picture that my niece posted, that who I wanted to see, that kind of thing.
Right.
And so every now and then it gives you the option to click older post.
View older post.
Older post. And if you click that, it'll clear it. But as soon as you stop and go back again, it goes right back to doing it again. Mm-hmm. And you have to work through a minutia of stuff. And I know why they're doing it, but it's made the user experience very unpleasant. And
but Rick, I'm getting weird stuff that no way my profile would indicate.
Right.
This, okay? And I'm getting, and tell me this, I'm getting animated history of Hinduism in India.
What?
Bubba, is there something you want to talk to us about?
And I
you
go,
must have searched
are you on a journey?
I go up to the little 3 dots and hit it. And I put not interested, and it'll take it off. And I think, well, good. Maybe they've learned their well, boom, there it'll come
there
again, something else.
And
it's a story of people whose names I can't say, I'm not interested in, not my cup of tea. And it's all these animated. I mean, these drawings are just super complicated that they're doing with this history of Hinduism.
Can I ask you this, because I don't think he is part of this faith any longer. But have you at some point looked at Dinesh D'Souza?
Well, yeah. I mean, I do.
All these things matter.
Yeah.
All these things
they
matter.
think they know what you want to see.
Yeah.
But
so they push it to you.
But there's some things that come to me, you go, well, yeah, I see that. Because I do follow several tennis things, and I follow some, electronic things and whatever. And you would expect to get those, but I don't see getting this.
Well, it's ruining the experience because, like I said,
Speedy, you said you were getting something, didn't you?
Yeah, Speedy's starting to get text.
What are you getting?
Yeah, I'm getting weird text messages with very inappropriate suggestions that I'm like, what in the world? It's almost like it's like I slide it to the left and delete it because I'm like, who signed me up for this?
What do you mean slide it to the left? Do I need to do that with what I'm getting?
Well,
are you getting any of these texts he's getting?
Oh no, I'm not getting texts.
Yeah.
He's getting texts.
Yeah, I keep getting this text, and it shows me as a person going, "Please quit texting me." And it shows we're in a group of 20 people, and I go, "I'm not texting you. I don't know what you're talking about." Mm-hmm. And then they're going, well, "I don't know. This keeps happening." There's a group of 20, it says, and this one person keeps going, texting me like I'm not texting anything. I keep texting people to take me out of this group. Mm-hmm. I don't know what it is.
I'm getting texts from people that don't have my number, and it looks like it's giving me a text of an email they're sending me.
Yeah.
How's that happen?
Yeah, it's something through your iCloud or something.
I don't even, and it always had the word maybe by it. Maybe.
Right, yes, yeah.
And I'm like,
through
Siri.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Yeah, I'd just like to tell my phone, calm down. I think I can decide what I want and don't want.
Right.
Because they're designed, they're trying to do all this guessing about you. And, and it's all about
the algorithm, right?
Yeah.
They're all trying to get you pulled into different things. And I understand what's going on. I get it. And I know how to take the line and tame it, but y'all are making it real difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're about to make it real easy for me to hit the delete button.
Well, I was extremely frustrated about what you said about Instagram, and I guess it was around the same time that you brought it up, and I was struggling with it, so I just, of course, went to my boys. And I was like, "Hey, what's the deal here?" And they said, once you load everybody that you're following, once they've posted something and you've seen all that, you'll see a red check mark. Basically say, all right, that's everybody, and then they're going to start showing you old. So you got to click view older post.
I know.
Take all that away.
Have to do it a lot.
But I was like, is that every time? And they're like, yeah, it's every time. And it gets very frustrating. Very frustrating.
Well, and it used to not be that way.
Right.
That's what you're saying too. It's really
well, and it's gotten me to the point now, all kidding aside, where all I really do is post things. Like today, I've posted this the last day for everybody to shop the Rick and Bubba store. By the way,
I just liked it.
Yeah, but I don't go and look at Instagram anymore because I don't want to go through all that. To Bubba's point, you're losing your customer because. I knew the people's posts that I wanted to see, but to find them in the sea of, because it won't give you a click older post immediately. You got to go through a few before you get one. It decides when it gives you that opportunity too.
Yeah,
it's not like you can go right out of the gate. You got to go up a little bit and find one, then click it.
Yeah, normally it's after whoever you're following, after they're finished posting for the day or whatever. Then you'll see it.
Yeah, I understand why you're doing it, and I'm sure for people that spend hours on end on social media, it's effective.
Yeah.
But for those of us that don't do that, we're just trying to function in the very basics of it. It's really frustrating.
Yeah, we just look. It's a tool. It shouldn't be your life.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
And you know what? If it's a tool that doesn't operate the way we want it to, we'll just stop using it. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll update you on some of the stories of the day. Your phone calls coming in as well. Gift number 9 can happen at any moment as the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the blazing you're before us. La 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 la. Strike the heart and join the chorus.
Merry Christmas from the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up at 866 We Be Big. Gift number 9, 12 working days of Christmas could happen at any time on the program today. Will a Meet is in play. But I have people ask me every year, there's certain Christmas music that we play, and those of you watching on YouTube, you're hearing your own stuff. But for those of you that are listening all the other ways, the problem is when y'all start asking about songs that I play off of this album, and I've had a lot say, hey, when you do your Merry Christmas Baby version, the one y'all play the most, who is that? Well, it is the Cast, C-A-S-T, but you will never find that. I mean,
no, that's one of my favorites on there, though.
It is some of these we play where we do the show from and where we all have lived out of Birmingham, Alabama for the last several years of our lives, and all but Speedy, all of us have spent our entire lives, and Speedy and Adler are the exception in Alabama. In Alabama, but anyway, and Speedy spent most of his life in Alabama, but there were these compilation CDs that were done by Alabama artists to raise money for Children's Hospital and different charities. So some of these they went into a Birmingham studio, they recorded it, and they moved on with their lives.
Yeah.
So they didn't put them out on albums. They don't have them, this was long before iTunes and this kind of stuff. So a lot of these things, the Brother Kane version of God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen, Trying to Find Dairy Berries Away in a Manger, my goodness, Merry Christmas Baby by the Cast, it's just going to be tough.
Yeah.
But just want you to know that. So y'all ask me about that every time I play that. So that's what it is, but I don't know what I can do about you getting it unless you want to go back. You remember the old days when we were little luds and we get our tape recorder out?
Yes.
And we try to record off the radio.
Yeah. And we would listen to it like it sounded good.
I know. What were we thinking?
I mean, we were like, hey, got this.
And you don't want anybody coming in the room talking because
you couldn't hear it.
Because you had it setting next to the speaker. You're just recording it over the air.
Why was that acceptable?
It was
to us?
them little tape
It's all
recorders.
we had, Rick.
All them tape recorders. You push the two buttons.
Yeah.
And we would listen to it back, and we were good with it.
Well, how were we okay with that?
I don't know.
And you wanted the DJ not to walk it, so you have a clean copy.
Yeah.
Station line in it.
And I didn't understand about the network news on the AM radio, and I kept wondering why the DJ, why did they not finish Sharing the Night Together by Dr. Hook?
I know it. I know it's kind of long.
There's one more verse. All right, so the
news guy just interrupted.
What's his deal?
You're right, boy. I tell you, back time is a lost art, isn't it?
Yep.
All right, so
planning as a whole.
Let's talk about what's going on with all the coaching and college football.
Hey, coach,
who's fielding a team this week?
Vanderbilt has a new head coach. It is Notre Dame defensive coordinator Clark Lee.
Well, that moves the needle.
They announced that yesterday. Lee, a Nashville native who finished his college career as a fullback at Vanderbilt, is expected to be introduced next week. He will continue his current job as defensive coordinator with number 2 Notre Dame, which faces number 3 Clemson on Saturday in the ACC championship game. Lee also served as Notre Dame's, as I said, their defensive coordinator the past 3 seasons, overseeing one of the nation's top defenses.
Don't know who that is.
They also said that he accepted the job because nobody else wanted it.
Greg. Greg,
he was the only one that called him back.
Keith Aberstat's going to be offended by that, Greg.
Yeah.
Greg, and we also
our number 1 Doors fan.
I'm waiting for it.
Well, at least whoever inherits that team may get a good kicker.
Well, Greg, I think you're wrong. I understand that the illustrious career
of
Sarah Fuller, in featuring a pooch kick and at least 1 extra point, two extra points, a pooch kick and 2 extra points.
Although we had a guy kick a field goal, maybe he could have kicked those 2, but that's got nothing to do.
Well, of course he could have, Greg, but that would have stopped the stunt.
Okay.
So that illustrious career has ended. I'm sure, and she is probably on a fast ticket to the College Football Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
But she is the historic kicking career of Sarah Fuller is over, and she's inviting everybody to soccer season. And you know what? And her prowess on the soccer field should be celebrated. I understand she's a very good player.
And the reason it's over because Vanderbilt announced yesterday that they're canceling the Georgia game scheduled. And now,
Then they might as well.
because this is for the second time, now it's just going to be listed as no contest. It's done.
Let me ask you this: in serious coaching circles, and we'll get back to a couple of other games. The Ducks have been they're filling in for the Huskies. I mean, that's kind of crazy.
And they've all played 3 or 4
I was
games.
about to say the Pac-12. What's the most anybody's played? 4 games.
See,
Conference champ 3-2.
You waited too long to start.
Exactly.
If you are given the Vanderbilt coaching job, how do you make that program competitive? And that's all I'm underlying, competitive. Do you try to just play straight up, is what they've tried to do, the last few years, and it hasn't worked? Do you try to go specialty and either go back to some kind of option deal or throw it all over the field? Go for it on 4th down every time. What do you do? How do you
Onside
make
kick every time?
All right,
how do you make that program competitive? That's all I'm at. I'm not saying go the SEC championship.
Is anything on the table for me? Because I'll tell you what the first thing I would do, I would go to another conference. Okay.
Step one.
So step one, I would leave the SEC conference. I would 100% leave.
Okay, but
I would start the paperwork to leave that conference. I know they need the money, and I know about
Just
the
in
money.
football.
In football.
Yeah.
Their other 2 sports do really well.
Yeah, they compete
really well.
very well in basketball and baseball.
Yeah,
So,
can I go to another football conference?
So let's say you're stuck with the SEC, and by the way, the SEC is about to make a lot more money with this new ABC deal. They're estimating it at $300 million versus $50 million what they were getting.
Wow, that's a
with
good
CBS.
jump.
That's a big jump. Sounds like Malzahn's buyout. Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Well, it'll help. It'll help cover the expenses.
All right,
that's
so
for sure.
here's what I got to know. When you say that word, can I try to get
that may have had something to do with it.
right? Can I have you go a little more specific?
Yeah.
What do you consider being a successful Vanderbilt coach?
Well, being competitive, win 6-7 games a year.
That's all I got to
Basically,
do.
James Franklin.
Yeah, James Franklin. What did he do?
I can't remember Steve, but didn't he have him kind of respectable?
Yeah, he did.
Yes,
Well,
he did.
it's like a lot of places, kind of up and down, but mostly down. They don't get some of the athletes the other schools get because they have a lot higher, grade expectation there.
Yeah.
Might want to lower that.
Well, start there.
This is a big step out for me, so please forgive me. But
you
aren't
can't
they
change all that? If you're the coach, what do you do scheme-wise? What do you try to do?
I'm probably going to go to I'm either going to run the full-blown triple option because you see that the Armies and the Navies and, frankly, Georgia Tech, they got away from it. It kept them competitive. And I think I'm probably either going to that or I'm going to go to a Mike Leach kind of approach.
I think you got to go either full wishbone or you got to go to a gimmick at a whole new level. I mean, I think you got to pass the Mike Leach level. You got to go 5 wide every play and throw it all over the field.
All right, I'm looking right here. It looks like that James Franklin's record at Vanderbilt from 2011 to 2013 was 57-28.
He did good enough to get a job at Penn State. So
Yeah, he did. So I mean, I'm just trying to find a marker where I need to be.
Yeah.
And so.
So if you go to a wishbone, you try to control the clock. You try to keep the ball out of high-powered offenses that obviously can push you around. I mean, it's hard to compete when you have linemen in the 200 pound range.
But if they're coming off the ball and they're blocking old school, which defenses don't see.
Right. Nobody would see that every week.
I can get athletes that nobody else wants, but they're very athletic.
Right.
And I probably work that line and
kind of like what Kentucky's done.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Joyous all together. La 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 la. Heedless of the wind and weather. La 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 la.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Gift number 9 in the 12 working days of Christmas happens today. Be paying attention. Boy, have we rolled out the gifts. And we go 9, 10, 11, 12, and maybe even a 13th. We'll see. as we get our way to the big year-ender coming up. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler here, Helmsy in quarantine. He should return tomorrow, showing no issues. So barring something happening later today or tonight, we will see him tomorrow, and happy anniversary to he and his wife today. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Do want you to know, we did mention it, and we have put it out on our social media platforms yesterday and today, too. We'll probably do it again, is that this is the cutoff today. If you want to get a gift out of the Rick and Bubba store and you want to get it to whomever you're giving it to or to yourself by Christmas, with all the shipping issues that are out there during 2020, you need to get that order in today. So FYI on that. So we were discussing the college football deal. This Oregon-Washington thing is just bizarro.
Do I understand this right, that the Oregon Ducks will replace Washington as the Pac-12 North representative in the conference championship game because Washington can't field a team?
Correct.
They're below the 53 scholarship players?
I go back to the fact that I can't take football serious this year. This is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. It's like I'm watching a project and everybody just wants to show me they can finish it. But there's not. I mean, we're taking someone and saying, "Hey, we can't get our one of our teams to the championship game. Would y'all come play?" Is that where we are? And the Pac-12, as we said, have roared out about 4 games.
That's what I was going to say. And the people playing each have maybe 4 games, maybe.
Well, the Huskies.
What are we doing?
I think USC's 5-0, right?
The Huskies are 3-1,
and then I think I thought Oregon was 2-3, but maybe I'm wrong.
Wow, really?
Am I wrong? Let me see this here.
Now, is that going to get in the way of their coach interviewing at Auburn?
I don't know. Maybe they probably had it set up.
Yeah.
Who looks like Brad Ryan?
Now is it, wait a minute. I'm going to go back to this again. Where's all the wins this guy's piled up?
No, Oregon's Oregon's 3-2, not 2-3. 3-2. So they've played 5, and then USC has played 5.
And they're 5-0.
Yeah, they're the walking dog over there.
Yeah. Who's 5-0?
USC. They're representing
the mighty
the South.
Trojans.
Can you give them? Can you let them go to the playoff?
Not with that. No, not
with 5 games.
No.
Okay, great.
You are out.
Well, they're going to make an argument, especially if if Notre Dame or Clemson gets beat badly this weekend.
Yeah, then they'll put the. I'll go to Conference USA and put whoever wins in there.
All right, well, let's go to this again.
They've been trying.
So Notre Dame beats Clemson without Trevor at the helm.
Right.
Okay, because of COVID. So if Notre Dame beats them again, Clemson's done. Right? They're out.
They're done.
I would think so.
But now, if Clemson beats Notre Dame
and it's close,
then it's going to be muddy mess again.
Yeah, and let me just say, USC is way down at 13th right now. So even if they won, they're not going in.
Right.
You got a lot of people in front of them. Cincinnati.
They'll lobby though.
Yeah, I say give Cincinnati a shot.
Well, I told you I've lost interest in football. Is Cincinnati still winning?
Yeah,
ain't they undefeated? They're 6-1.
Where are they?
They're not
now?
undefeated anymore.
Where are they sitting at?
No, Ohio State beat them.
That's right.
I didn't know they even played.
I didn't either.
Yeah, they beat them by like a touchdown or something like that.
Oh, was it close?
Yeah, they came back and made it.
But 6-1,
42-35, Ohio State beat them.
Yeah, but they're out. You can't put them in at 6-1. Cincinnati can only be in if they're undefeated.
You're right.
Yeah. Sorry.
Right.
I agree.
Okay.
Y'all know I'm right on that.
That hurt.
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, how do you
Chick-fil-A logo ain't going in? Let's just undefeated.
How do you feel about these records? You got Alabama 10-0, Notre Dame 10-0.
I don't know about Alabama.
Clemson 9-1, Ohio State 5-0.
Hey, wait a minute. Y'all think Alabama are being it?
If I'm going to give one of them, Rick's still up there.
Yeah.
Is there anybody that can play with Alabama? I mean, I know not in the SEC. The SEC, Alabama's so far ahead.
We'll see Saturday. You think Florida will play with them?
No, they'll run Florida out of the stadium. I mean, did you see what Florida did last weekend?
Yeah. That's just one of them weird things. They come out this week and can do nothing.
I was going to say that would be so 2020. They come out this weekend and play a lot better.
Alabama is like this is a perfect example of who Alabama is right now, especially in their own conference. So, because I don't know if Ohio State looks like they're really good, maybe they could play with them. I don't know. But anyway, I don't know enough about them. I don't follow them. So, but Alabama, I remember when Dale Earnhardt Sr. was owning it, and nobody could touch it. Okay, everybody would be in their garage area. Remember this? And they would be frantically working on their car. his car would be sitting over there with nobody around it.
Right, right. Had a cover on it.
Had a cover on it. You know why? We're ready.
Yeah.
And that's how the Tide
perfect.
walks into the stadium. The Tide walks in the stadium like this. Oh, we're ready.
Oh yeah.
We are always ready.
Yes.
And we are ready.
We are a machine.
Right.
What if they still had Waddle? If he hadn't got hurt.
Yeah, don't miss that.
He was probably the best player on the team.
They lose somebody that accumulated how many points? Even more than Sarah Fuller.
Yeah.
And so,
Barely.
so they lose him.
Yeah.
And they
Well,
don't
Smith is unstoppable. Too.
Yeah,
I mean,
imagine them
you
both
can't
of them.
cover him. You can't catch him.
look. 11 ain't bad. Don't miss him.
But
I'm
getting a message that since he's undefeated, that Indiana got beat. I don't know if
Yeah, well, I did say Indiana, didn't I?
No, you
said
no,
Cincinnati.
Did I say Cincinnati?
Yeah, the whole
I
time.
apologize. I'm sorry. I'm looking at
Good
Indiana.
night. What are you
Indiana.
doing?
Well, Indiana, Ohio
So, Rick,
State, the
now
ones that
Cincinnati's
played.
back.
Yeah, I thought did you hear me say did they
Cincy's
play
back.
Ohio State?
Yeah,
I didn't know.
How about this?
Cincinnati played
I'm
Ohio-
having a weird morning. I can't say Christmas tree either. So I don't know
so
what's
is Cincy
wrong.
back in?
So Cincinnati
Yes.
is Cincinnati's 8-0. Indiana is
If I don't
6-1 and lost to Ohio
If
State.
I don't, I'll put them in up for. I'll put USC in.
Absolutely.
100%.
That's
8-0.
weird. I thought I was saying Indiana.
No,
That's so
matter
weird.
of fact, you blew my mind. I'm like, when does Cincinnati play Ohio
I was trying
State?
to think why they would.
You didn't hear me say Chick-fil-A logo?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
What?
I just.
Are you okay?
I've had too many strokes today. I don't know what's up. What about Coastal Carolina? They're 11-0.
No.
Hey, they are fun to watch, by the way.
Yeah, but I don't play those kind of things. What? Not,
What do they- what do they
not
do?
with the playoff.
They have this crazy offense. It's hybrid, a little bit of
Might be what Vandy
option.
needs.
It's really cool. They're fun.
No, they're fun to watch, but I mean, we all know.
No, they're not red. They're just now. Look,
Yeah,
they hadn't been.
No, I'm all about
they
them.
Were,
I
they were
sell-
1AA a couple
Exactly.
of years
Yeah,
ago.
hey, I'm glad
Played
they're
at Jack
doing.
State.
Greg, I'm glad they're doing well, but you know, I've had a hard time
No.
being interested in football anyway this year because it's not real. But I can't finally say, "Oh, good, the playoffs here." In round one, Alabama versus Coastal Carolina. I can't do that.
No, they can't go to the
I
playoffs.
can't do that.
All right, let me ask you
I'm
this.
gonna have something.
Now, if they're going to go, this would be the year they would get to go because it's just chaos.
I agree.
Yeah. Hey, all right, so let
If
me
you
ask
want to go
this.
8 teams, I'll put them in.
Dan Mullen was very critical of Ohio State. He said, "I guess you get promoted because you don't play."
Of course, he's saying that right after he got his butt handed.
Yeah,
to him.
I'll give you that. Out of the top 4 teams, everybody has played 10 games. Ohio State 5.
They can't. They can't.
Do you think we all know they're good?
And
Do you-
Texas State has played like 13.
Right,
by the
right.
way.
Which, by the way, Texas State is
yeah.
owning me.
So I mean, so
they,
do
they
you-
must be
They
COVID
go
exempt.
play anybody that's got an open game.
Yes.
We're going to play this week. We don't know where.
So do you think? I mean, if Ohio State wins,
Well-
are they in?
Well,
I
let me
guess
go
so,
back.
right?
Here I go back to
They're
being
6-0.
I'm going back to be selfish.
would be.
I'm being selfish again. All I want is a good playoff. I just don't care about all that, and I think Ohio State's good enough to be in the 4.
You're right.
I want to see Ohio State play
Okay.
Alabama. I want to see
They
Ohio
should have
State
played
play
more games,
I,
but they're
I
still
want to
good.
see Ohio State play Clemson or Notre Dame.
Do you think it's
I
fair
don't
to
wanna-
have?
I don't want to see somebody else come in there that I know is going to get hammered.
Do you think it's fair? And I'm just asking that you got bodies that have been beat on 5 more games than them.
No, it's not
and
fair.
they got to play.
No, it's 100% not fair.
But they've
100%
also
right.
got the kinks worked out.
That's true, too.
It's not fair if you're asking about
Yeah.
fair, but I just want it anyway.
you just want to say as a fan. You
Yeah, I
wanna
just
see
want
it.
to see I want to see the 4 best teams play.
And Mullen, you don't need to be whining about anything.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have lost that game. That's ridiculous.
I'm gonna have to say, if I could be Mullen's friend, let's take the wine button and turn it down.
Ever since he's
a
went
lot
to
of whining.
Florida, he's a
whine.
little different.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
out there fighting on the field.
Can't believe.
Mullen needs to turn it down a little bit. It's almost like he's living his life with a crick in his neck. You know what I mean? Like, you know how that makes you ill?
Exactly.
It's like he's ill all the time. He's always upset about something.
Yeah. Goes out and fights on the field, then he comes out and hoops the crowd back up.
Right.
And what was that?
Right. Because, if you want me to be excited about the SEC championship this game, you need to play better last Saturday.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go have
Consider
them.
Bama hung how many on LSU?
Oh, my goodness. And I know, hey, man, it ain't the same. Yeah, it means something.
At this point,
It does mean
I'm
something.
gonna go have a moment with myself. The whole time I said Cincinnati, I was thinking Indiana.
Yeah.
you had. I mean,
You confused all of us.
I don't know. I know. Indiana's the one that lost to Ohio State.
Yeah.
Cincinnati's undefeated.
Especially me over here that has, I don't know what's going on with
So you
football.
want Coastal
I was
Carolina
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't. I take them over
Rick and Bubba,
Indiana.
Rick and Bubba.
When Christ was born, oh night divine, oh night divine.
It's a redneck family Christmas. Everybody's here. We got mom and dad cooking squirrel while grandma's chugging beer. Yeah, it's a redneck family Christmas. Hanging by the fire. Mistletoe is hanging low. Catfish in the fryer. Merry Christmas from the backwoods to you. Merry Christmas if you are passing through. Merry Christmas, down here we like to make a fuss. 'Cause there's nothing like a redneck family Christmas. Old St. Nick's a playing banjo on the porch. Uncle Bud and Cousin John are passed out on the floor. Shotguns wrapped in tinfoil with bows of green and red. Neon sign above our trees says y'all are families blessed. Merry Christmas from the backwoods to you. Merry Christmas if you are passing through. Merry Christmas, down here we like to make a fuss. 'Cause there's nothing like a redneck family Christmas. Merry Christmas from the backwoods to you. Merry Christmas if you are passing through. Merry Christmas, down here we
It is 30 seconds per call at 866-WE-BE-BIG, the first phone troll of the day. 21 minutes now past the hour, and Harry Murdahl is there. And if you would like to join us, you can. Just roll in right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Make a comment, ask a question, bring some information to the table. And we got a lot of you rolling in here, and we'll get you screened up. We'll get you ready to go. Gift number 9, 12 working days of Christmas coming up later in the program. We are not doing that now, so don't be calling in going, hey, I'm just thinking about doing 12 working days of Christmas. It's because we're not doing that now. We are just taking phone calls. And we say congratulations to John Van Campen, Lynn Culligan, Kelly Bell, Lisa Finley, Brett Lambert, Evan Mitchell, Brock Barlett, and it looks like Mike, is it Vetti, that won yesterday? V-I-E-T-T-I, Vetti? Viti. So, Mike, congratulations to you, buddy. So there's everybody that won the gifts. Will your name go to that list today? With gift number 9. It could happen. We start with Ron out of the great state of Louisiana. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Ron in Louisiana, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good morning, men. It's a great day to be alive.
Yes, it is.
Hallelujah. Amen. The Lord's good, isn't he?
All the time.
Amen. Praise the Lord. I just noticed all you guys sitting in the room in there, and I thought about something and I thought I'd share this with y'all, that men only wear their hair 3 ways: parted, unparted, and departed.
That's actually true. Yeah, there's not a lot of variety in men's hairstyles. I like that. Let's go to Andre in Alabama. Andre, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins.
Hey, how you doing?
I was gonna say Christmas miracles really do come true. First off, with Malzone finally being gone.
Wow.
Second, I'm surprised I haven't heard y'all saying anything about sausage balls. Ain't no balls like sausage balls.
Yeah, that delicious holiday treat.
I know.
You know, out of sight, out of mind.
Hey, I
sometimes.
tell y'all,
And,
the best way to make them is with your deer sausage and with the Red Lobster cheddar biscuit mix.
You know the problem not having the audience in here, we haven't had any sausage.
I know we're going to have to get somebody to make them with the staff.
And look, we keep doing this thing, and there was a little murmur yesterday, and everything's different, and we're trying to figure out a way, that we can do Christmas Eve and all this, and we always have Christmas Eve at Nana's, and Nana sends everybody out the door with a big old freezer bag full of her famous sausage balls, and the first question was asked. It was the unspoken. Will we still get sausage balls?
That's a good question.
Well, ain't nobody wanted to ask it because somebody wanted to be unreasonable. But, to Mike in Alabama. Mike, 30 seconds. Go right ahead, buddy.
Morning, fellas.
Hey.
I think with Vanderbilt, they've just got to get back to the basics and get to recruiting. There's just no recruiting in Vanderbilt.
Well, it's a tough sale.
Yeah, if you're a big lineman and you have offers from Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, and Vanderbilt, and you're wanting to get to the NFL, what's the draw to go to Vanderbilt?
Yeah, I understand. I see these bigger schools.
I think you almost have to have, and I think this is one thing that James Franklin did pretty well, and I assume that Mason had the same attitude. Maybe it just wasn't as effective, or maybe he wasn't as good a coach. I don't know, but I think you have to do the famous "nobody wanted you, but we do."
Right.
And let's now put together a team. Let's go beat the teams that didn't want you. You got to understand the kind of player that you're looking for at Vanderbilt that you think you can win with, and there's always these people that are overlooked that are as good and better than some of the guys that are on the field.
Yeah.
And you got to find a way to get that guy. And that's why the reason why I like them going to an option offense, I think, gives them the best shot, because I think you get some of these world-class athletes that you say, we said this in the break but not on the air, hey, they want you to play wide receiver. They want you to play defensive back. We want you to play quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
We want you to tote the mail. We're going to put you in this option offense, and we're going to fire off the ball with smaller linemen, but that block and go to the neutral zone and grab the neutral zone, and we're going to be frustrating to everybody, and they're not even going to be able to give a picture of what we do because they don't have time to do that one time every season, and we're going to be a handful of everybody, and we're going to be out here, and we're going to be the people that were overlooked, and we're going to be the giant killers.
And the fact that with a ball control offense like that, you keep the Georgias off the field, you keep the Floridas off the field, you keep the Tennessees, the guys you got to play every year, Yeah,
so I don't know. But that you got to have that mentality. Let's go to Brett in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brett, go ahead.
Good morning, Big Uns. How are y'all doing?
We're good, Brett.
Listen, I was wondering, this vaccine they come out with, it took less than a year. Why haven't they not got a cure for cancer or multiple sclerosis or, these other diseases?
Okay, I think
what is y'all's take on that?
Brett, I think I can address some of that. You're talking about wildly different problems. I know just the horse sense way of looking at it is, hey, it's a sickness. Why can't we deal with it? But we've known about coronaviruses a long time. There's been a lot of studies on them. This one was new to us, but in the same family. So they already had a lot of knowledge about this. When you deal with, say, cancer, for instance, even cancer in different organs of your body is totally different. They have different cell structure. They have things. And anytime you're trying to attack something in your body, it has your DNA. And it's hard to separate between the good and the bad. That's why they have such a problem. They've tried to look at how quick these cells grow and attack that part of it. But you're talking about vastly different problems, okay? And the other thing is that you have had an all-hands-on kind of effort with this because of how deadly it looked and how much it was spreading initially. And you've had a lot of money and a lot of science put into it. But they're saying that this mRNA technology, there could be some very valuable spinoffs in cancer and some other illness. So, and when you talk about MS and some other things, you're talking about genetic disorders, and that's a totally different thing you're talking about. So you're just talking about a lot of different things, not just sickness. And really, coronavirus was already well known prior to this.
Matt in South Carolina. Matt, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Monkey Grass, Green Acres. What's up, guys?
Thanks for coming. What's on your mind, buddy?
Hey, man, I'm down here at Aner, South Carolina, which is near Conway, so we're near Coastal Carolina, man. I'm just going to say I'm proud of them. I don't think they can be able to compete with us big dogs, but I think it's pretty cool that they're going 11-0. And
yeah, I think it's great. Nice phone, but I want to. I remember when I was in school, you could take a piece of notebook paper, put over a comb, and you turn it into like a kazoo.
Yeah.
That's what that sounded like. But anyway, Coastal Carolina is a great story. And I think that the Coastal Carolinas of the world is one of the great things I'd love about an 18 playoff versus a 4. Throw them in there and let's see what happens. See if they can't get a run going. But yeah, they've had a great and I haven't seen them, but you heard Greg talking about it. Speedy agreed. Of course, he probably thought we were talking about Cincinnati or Indiana.
Rick, if you could get the Power 5 champions and then have a few wild cards, that's when you're going to get the Coastal Carolinas in. That's when you're going to get the Central Floridas in and some of those, and you're going to have some upsets eventually.
Yeah, and I think that we make our strongest case for the 18 playoff next year to try to bring back the revenue that has been lost this year. Forget the bowls, do the 14 playoff, and then do the 18 playoff next year. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, Ancestry.com/Bubba. Teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. Glad to have them with us. And I know that a lot of families are not going to get to do the normal routine involving the holidays. I was actually talking to a friend of ours yesterday. Some of it is founded, some of it not so founded. But it was interesting talking to a friend yesterday that has already had COVID and has the antibodies. And he was saying his mother still is nervous about him coming to see her and says that she didn't want to. And he's like, well, I don't have it. Yeah, but I just, I don't know. So it's going to be a bizarro Christmas for lots, even if some of it is illogical. But Ancestry.com/Bubba has put together some specials that you can enjoy with your family, and you can research the history and the origins of your family together and enjoy that, even if you're not in the same room. So if you'd like to find out more about this and how to get access to Ancestry's billions of records and millions of family trees to let you discover your family's unique story, go to Ancestry.com/Bubba and get your gift today. Ancestry.com/Bubba, or a link at rickandbubba.com. You can find that there under the sponsors button. 12 working days of Christmas, gift number 5, still to come on the program today. So we did update you a little bit on coronavirus.
Your love is like bad medicine.
Let me ask you guys this. Do y'all call it most of the time coronavirus, COVID-19? Do you call it COVID or COVID?
I call it all of the above at different times during the day.
You ever just call it 19?
No, that's confused. I call it COVID, COVID-19, CV-19 if I'm emailing.
Do you ever do COVID?
No, I never really say COVID.
I've heard that one out there some.
No, I don't.
COVID.
You say COVID.
All right, so let's talk vaccine for a minute, and we'll get some questions. An additional 400 hospitals will receive the COVID-19 vaccine today.
Mm-hmm.
And we do have hundreds of healthcare workers and officials across the U.S. were vaccinated, nursing homes and long-term care facilities. However, they will not begin to hit them with the vaccine until December 21st. And some on the 28th, according to the CDC. So I don't know why that is, but they're saying that, and we know we saw the first one get it and all of this. So, my goodness, I see a related story here. Utah mink is the first wild animal with COVID-19.
Overseas there was a report about some minks. I can't remember what country it was in, and they killed a bunch of them.
I don't hang with minks a lot, so I'm not all that concerned about that. But so anyway,
not big on my mink knowledge.
Yeah. So I see that we're not going to get any more calls unless we may be able to. But I see Danny's question over here. Danny out of Kentucky asks, "Has there been a politician take the vaccine?" Well, I think the game they're going to play with you on that is they're going to say, "Well, that's not appropriate. We're servants of the country.
Right.
If we get out first, it looks like we think that we should receive the vaccine when the rest of the country hasn't got it yet." And what that really means is we want to see what happens to the rest of y'all, then we'll decide.
Right,
but I don't think you're going to see a politician, because remember, politicians always stick their finger in their mouth and they put it up in the wind and see which way the wind is blowing. And someone's probably said, "What is it we learned, Bubba?" And you were talking about a lot. Hey, the optics. We don't like the optics of that.
Yeah. Well, I've seen several people suggest that some of these governors take the first shot, and they be vaccinated live on TV to help build the confidence in the people.
I think you make a legitimate point. I was going to say, but for those out there that seem to be on the public relations train of anybody, be careful. And I don't know why we've gotten this way in society. And sometimes we got to push back and say we're not going to be like this. Is this thing of not, hey, people have different opinions about the vaccine. It becomes, if you don't want to take the vaccine, you're evil, you're twisted, and you need to quit worrying about it, and you get out there and take your vaccine and shut up. Well, see, we don't like that either. Don't do that. So I do think we could take the optics and say to the politician, to your point, and to I think Danny's probably point, if you think the vaccine is so safe and you think any of us that have caution about it are a bunch of ignorant, backward Neanderthals, then horses, have a seat, and y'all throw that vaccine to you and show us that it's nothing to be concerned about.
That's right.
Lead.
Lead by example, my friend.
Yeah, and so, but what they're going to say is, well, that's not. I for one time in my life, I'm not going to act tyrannical.
Right.
I'm gonna have the servant's leadership, and I will wait my turn on the vaccine and let the citizens, the healthcare workers, and the nursing homes. Let's vaccinate them first, and the selfless, suffering politician, servant of the country and my community,
servant of the people, the
honorable. I will wait and get my vaccine after everyone else. I will go to the back of the line. Well, thank you. That's convenient.
Well, we all want to see those healthcare workers that were getting it yesterday. We kind of want to see how they're doing the next few days.
Yeah, but I have
Nothing wrong with that.
But I have to agree. If you're going to dog somebody who has concerns about it, well, then sit down, roll your sleeve up.
Yep.
And show. Why don't you show me that I have nothing to be concerned about?
Right. Nothing wrong with that.
Hey, fire away and roll it up. So we have that going on, and we do know that on the other thing that Joe Biden did officially pass the 270 vote threshold to win the Electoral College, with California's vote coming in. But then over here, I still see Trump campaign files lawsuit over New Mexico election, objecting to ballot drop boxes. And then I see Bill Barr resigning today.
Yeah, Bill Barr's out, and that's been kind of a up and down relationship there. Being Attorney General, kind of tough with Trump, and but he's done some things that Trump wanted, and the opponent said, well, he's just in Trump's pocket, and then he's done things that Trump didn't want, and that gets a lot of them on the right dander up. So you can't win. I think he was probably trying to do the best he could. I think he's pretty well respected.
I don't know how to break it to the left and the right today in your modern form, okay? And but there are some things that are just truth, and it doesn't have any politics tied to it at all. There are some things that you can say, well, I believe principally this is right or wrong, and it really doesn't matter which political party likes it.
Yeah.
Are you selling out, man?
No, I would say
I'm actually giving my opinion, or maybe I'm telling the truth. I'm selling out, man.
Some of the people on the right need to be sure that they are not becoming the very thing they complained about on the left.
Touche. And so you need to. You're right. I mean, there are things that you say. Politics aside, I think this is the truth, or I think this is the way this is going, or I'm going to give my opinion on how I think this is going to end up, as opposed to I have to sit down and be handed my sheet of paper. The very thing that you said, the right has rightfully demonized. Oh, they're handing out talking points, man. Well, then the right, let's not become people that hand out talking points too.
And I think you need to be wise. I think in the overall election, there was a lot of very strange things going on.
Yeah.
But you have to realize, too, it's also very difficult to prove those things at a level that a judge or a court will take serious. And judges just do not like overturning elections. I mean, historically, they're that way. So you need to be wise about what went on and how it went on, and work to be sure you have good elections. But I don't really know that the lessons have been learned, because it looks like it's going on again. So
right. Well, we the people have got to get some intestinal fortitude. And we have got to, our mindset's got to be right now. Politicians come and go, presidents come and go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Administrations come and go, but we're going to have to rise up and say, but we will protect the constitutional republic against all who oppose it. We're going to have to do that, because if we lose the republic, that's what's in play here. Politicians come and go, there'll be other people, but the republic must stand. And I understand and agree that this administration that might go in January, unless something happens that is unforeseen, that they are an enemy of the constitutional republic. I do think they are, and I agree with you on that. But we can't depend on Trump overturning something to save the republic. We, the people, have to save it, and we better get that mindset. Not because the other may not happen and likely will not happen. But that doesn't mean that everything was straight up, and it doesn't mean that things don't need to be corrected going forward, because I think they do. But it's almost like you're not allowed to even say that. Hey, man, you're selling out. No, I think I'm being level-headed and actually preparing for the future and not hanging my every hope on something that is, frankly, not likely.
Well, I mean, Rick, the odds are less and less. I mean, you're down to the Congress accepting the Electoral College votes. Now, they can not accept it, throw it into the House, but I don't think you're going to see that.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes now to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget, last day for us. If you want your Rick and Bubba gifts to you by Christmas Day, you need to order those today. So if you're shopping Rick and Bubba, there's a lot of great gifts. I think the best selection of gifts we've had in a long time. You can get them by going to rickandbubba.com, click on the store, find out what availabilities we have on certain items, get it ordered, and you should get it by Christmas. Oh, my goodness. Speaking of Christmas, it is time for the 12 working days of Christmas.
Jingle all the way.
That number, 866 We Be Big, 8 gifts have already been given away. All of them received a Moultrie mobile package, but we've got a telescope, we've got an LED ring light kit, we've given away this handy recorder, Oculus Quest has gone out, Massimo E-Cooler has gone out, Simply Safe, the Defense Security System has gone out, GoPro Hero 9 has gone out, and then $500 worth of gift cards went out yesterday. And Bubba, what gift do you hold today, my friend?
Rick, it is the DJI Mavic Mini Fly More Combo. Now, this is a drone combo, a $450 value.
So $450, and then we'll throw in a Moultrie mobile camera, which those are very hard to find right now, even if you can. But we got them. Batteries, SD card, and the camera tree mount. There's $160 right there.
How about that?
So Mavic,
move you above 600.
Got a drone and got Moultrie mobile ready to go if someone is the correct caller. Now, Bubba, I know you've been loving the number 100.
That has been a good one.
You want to mix it up a little bit and go 125?
Sure. I'm all about it.
How about caller 125, 25 for Christmas, the 25th day of December, and 100. Look, the 100 right now going forward, I think, is just going to be our base, don't you? Watch out over there, Mavic, man.
Come back, Mavic, man.
Yeah. You like a good drone?
I do, Rick. They're fun to play with.
Yeah.
I mean, even dads love them.
You know, I'm not cut out for a drone. It's like I can't pay attention long enough. I'll crash it every single time. Because you guys.
Well, they're pretty smart though. If you'll just stay out of stuff, they'll come back to you. You just push a home button.
Oh, you think I'm not a drone crasher?
And it's a DJI, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
what did I say?
DJI.
DJI.
Well, we knew you, man.
Yeah.
Who are you to say they're stroke victim?
Well,
all right, here we go.
Here,
all right,
over here correcting somebody.
I'm sorry.
All right, so one
Delta Juliet.
Yeah. By the way, did you see the other day that there was stories some people were getting Bell's palsy off the vaccine? I thought about you.
Did you really?
The day you got Bell's palsy is one of my favorite days. Now, I hate that happened, and I'm glad it worked out fine. But that was a funny moment. It was.
Well, I went and saw a specialist, and I don't know. I don't know if I got Bell's palsy or I hit the door and my face got all jacked up.
Yeah, but whatever it was.
It was a dragon mouth.
Can I tell you, whatever it was was great. Yeah. All right, here we go. All right, so 125. Y'all want to do 125?
Yeah, 125.
All right, 1, 2, 3,
DJ
4, 5, 6, 7,
Mavic
8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 80.
You got any pepper
1,
for these
2,
eggs?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 90. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 110. 111, 112, 113, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 120, 121, 122, 123. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name and where you calling from?
Nathan from Starkville, Mississippi.
Oh, 96.1. Oh, my gosh. You were caller number 124.
One short.
How many
One short.
can't even. Oh, my goodness. I'm so sorry, buddy. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Will from Huntsville.
Will from Huntsville, you were caller. You won it!
You win it! Will! Rocket City!
Oh my God!
You did it, buddy.
Yep. Congratulations.
Did the phone ring? How many times you have to dial before you got through?
Oh man, let me let's see. Probably about 50.
50 times. And you did it, man. You're 125, and for somebody in Huntsville to get a drone?
Yeah, that's so fitting, isn't it?
What do you win,
A
Bubba?
DJI Mavic Mini Fly More Combo Ultralight Package, a $450 value.
And Moultrie Mobile gives you a camera, batteries, SD card, and a tree mount. Another $160 worth of gift. Man, you did it, buddy. So proud of you.
I did it.
How long you been listening to the show?
Since I can remember, honestly.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's what we like.
That's right. It paid off, too.
Yeah, thanks for being with us. And, hey, we need you. Don't, hang with us now.
Yeah.
I don't plan on going anywhere.
Still got a lot of mortgages to pay.
That's right. Let me put you on hold, and these kids are killing me. Let me put you on hold.
We don't have deals like college coaches, okay? we gotta stay on the point
Yeah,
here.
if they buy us out, we'll just be at the fruit stand.
Yeah.
All right, so let's put you on hold, and we'll get your information, and we'll ship all this to you. Okay?
Congratulations.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to y'all.
There he
Wow,
goes.
there
There's
he
your
goes.
winner right there. And then
Oh, no.
there's the non-winner. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, welcome to the show. What's your name, and where are you calling from?
This is Andrew Cluck, and I'm calling from Ozark, Alabama.
Andrew.
You were calling 126.
You missed it by one, Andrew.
Call.
Oh, no. I saw you and Troy. I just wanted to make a shout out real quick.
Oh, good. Good to see you again, man. Yeah,
Yeah, we had a picture together.
Okay, man. You would have thought I would have got you a gift. All right, so hey, thanks,
No
man.
drone in that picture.
Appreciate you so much.
Merry
man.
Christmas to y'all.
Yeah, you too, buddy. What a great attitude.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, what a great attitude.
So nice.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Josh from Auburn.
Josh, as if Auburn has not had enough to deal with this week. You know how it felt to be Malzahn when they fired you?
Oh, boy.
You were calling 127.
Missed it by two.
Missed it by two.
Son of a... You can't have it.
He's been planning
Okay,
that.
yeah. That's more like it.
He's been planning
That's
that.
good.
That's good stuff right there. But there it is. The drone's gone.
Drone is
That's
flying
nice.
out of here.
Yeah, Mavic Mini.
How
There it
about,
goes.
and how about the fact that it's going to Huntsville?
I know. Isn't that nice?
Kind of works out, doesn't it?
It does.
All right, if you're a person like this is, you get up or whenever, well, you have to. If you're going to hear it live, you got to get up. So what is this moment like when another gift is gone and you didn't win it?
Well, you start thinking about tomorrow. And
You do.
Wonder,
You really
wonder
do.
what time will it be tomorrow. I'm gonna do better tomorrow. I'm gonna dial better. I gotta get on my good phone tomorrow.
If you're a 124 like today, just
Oh,
and tie that to whatever our number was any
Yeah.
day. If you're the one right before it or one of the two after it, do you think the odds of getting that close again are almost none?
Yeah, I would almost. I think personally, I would take it like an omen that I'm gonna be off the mark today. You know, I'm so close.
I think about it a lot is what I do.
Yeah.
Like
how could I have dialed that number just a little bit quicker?
Yeah.
A little bit slower.
Gosh, we're talking about milliseconds here.
I know.
Congratulations. Another gift is gone. Tomorrow, gift number 10 on the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7.5 minutes past the hour. Merry Christmas from the Rick and Bubba Show. Gift number 9 was just given away. It's gone. Wrapping up the big year ender coming up on Friday. Coming back in January, Lord willing, to celebrate our 27th birthday. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Helmsy returning tomorrow, barring any issues. His quarantine will be over. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. And thank all of you for being a part of the Rick and Bubba Show for a few hours each and every day.
All right, so Bubba and I have been asking some questions in the break that I think would lend itself to some good discussion today. We all know that America has been through it. We don't know where the end is with the pandemic and its effects on the economy and all the things that have been turned upside down. Vaccine, here it comes, more treatments, and then you get into this contested election. We've got the Senate race with all the weirdness going on with this in Georgia. So it kind of lends itself to a very interesting January coming up on the transition of power from one administration to another if this election result holds. And all indications are that it likely will. But let's now take on the scenario that it holds, because that's the one that's most likely.
We're just talking hypotheticals.
Here. Nobody, you'll sell it out. Just hang on, okay? So some questions that have to be asked. Will Trump go to the inauguration?
Rick, given the fact that if the Congress accepts the Electoral College, they will be out of options at that point. That is the last stop along many stops of the old election bus. And you have rightly so or wrongly so said all along that this was stolen. How do you, if you're Trump at that point, how do you get out of this? How does it end? Now, there was one report early on that said that he was going to hold a rally at the same time as the inauguration, announcing he was going to run next time. And that would be very Trump-like to do that.
He would.
I don't know. What do you do? Or do you go to the inauguration and show the transfer of power orderly? Or what do you do? How does Donald J. Trump end this?
Do you want to talk about first what he should do, and then get into what he will do?
Can I throw something in here?
Yeah, that's two different things.
We're thinking about the classic inauguration where it's the crowd, it's the scene, whatever. But with COVID, is it going to be a virtual swearing in?
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, and how is that going to play out? Because I mean, Basement Joe can't go get in the middle of all those people, can he? I mean,
he doesn't leave Delaware much.
Yeah. So is that Trump's out where maybe he can send a virtual message and then not necessarily have to be there?
Well, it's a good question.
It is a good question, but now let's get that even still works what we're saying, because now let's get into what his message will be.
Right.
I mean, but look, really what we're asking is, will Trump's attitude be, I do think that there was foul play. I exhausted every legal avenue that I had. It has all been denied. Congress has accepted, if they do, the Electoral College, and this is how we operate in America. Everybody knows that we feel like this is there's things in our election process that must be fixed going forward. But I now step down and I concede, and we now have a transition of one administration to another, which is what makes our country great. That's one option.
I just, in my mind, I can't envision those words coming out of Donald
I can't
Trump.
either. Now that I would waste my breath on saying that in a room with him, saying I think this is what you need to do for your ongoing.
Right.
But then there's a second question: what should he do? I mean, what will he do? We already talked about what he should likely do if there's no other option.
Yeah,
if it's over.
We're doing a hypothetical if everything stays as
he should exhaust every avenue he has.
Absolutely.
But if all those are denied, then how do you handle that? Which is what Bubba's asking, and I think that's a great question. And so it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
And then you have.
I mean, do you just move out of the White House and say y'all have a great day? See you around in 4, or what? What do you do?
Which we would call the no handshake at the end of the game.
Right.
You know,
that's the walk off.
We've seen that, the walk off, where the coach refuses to shake hands, thought he got robbed, and he's leaving.
Yes.
And that don't think there's not high potential for that.
What do you think, Greg? What's going to happen? Not what he should. What is going to happen? What do you think?
What do you think DJ's going to
do? I think he'll show and do the bare minimum, whatever the most minimum requirement of him during this whole process he's going to do.
Speedy made a good point. I don't know that we're going to have people up on the stage.
That's true. He may not have
the crowd.
But should he still be in the same room with him, though?
Do you remember when Reagan got?
I think he'd have a sour look on his face all the time.
When he was sworn in the second time, the weather was so bad they couldn't have it outside, and they went in the Capitol building and did it.
Yeah.
So you may have some version of that.
They just have them spread out, I guess.
I guess so, yeah.
Well, there's no doubt we're not going to have that big mob scene at the mall, I don't think. But I think
and argue over who had the bigger crowd. We'll have to start all that. So at least we won't have to do that.
Right. Well, don't forget, Greg. You know what else we got to work out too? If the vaccine's effective, who gets credit for it?
That's true too. Because technically,
you got to be careful not to give Warp Speed credit if you're the Biden people.
That's true.
Somehow they've got to take credit. They're the ones that finally did it.
Yeah. Look, you elected us.
Which may delay the successful, if it's successful, the celebration of its success.
Now, if it goes bad,
if it goes bad, it's 100% Warp Speed's fault.
Oh yeah.
It's easy if it goes bad, where to put it. The hard one's trying to get credit if it goes good.
Right. They'll be fighting over it.
Oh yeah. So I think that Trump will still be required with a mask on or something to be there for the transfer of power as far as do it. But will he do that?
I had an emailer, Bubba, if I could throw this in, said, y'all think about this, a huge Trump rally in D.C. while the inauguration's going on. It's almost like a dueling, like, I don't know, protest or walk or some type of huge rally that disrupts the inauguration.
Well, let me ask you this. With Barr stepping down, Trump will have the ability to appoint an attorney general that will not have time to be confirmed. He will be acting attorney general. And will he put in a buzzsaw that will try to pull something on this whole thing?
What do you read into his resignation?
I'm
done.
I think he came back. He did what he could do. He felt like he did a good job, and he's ready to go home and spend time with his grandkids and doesn't care now. He's ready to wipe his hands of the American system. He's been attorney general twice and say, good luck, guys. I did what I could do.
Well, he tried to, in every interview I saw, to remind us of what the constitutional republic demands and what you can and can't do.
Right.
And I think he, in my opinion, he recognizes it, knows it so well, he can't believe that no one's listening to him. And he just finally said, well, look, if y'all don't care about it, I'm out.
Right.
If the Constitution means nothing to anyone anymore, I'm out. Because that's what he keeps trying to say, well, here's how we have to handle this because this is what the Constitution demands. And nowadays you say that, and it's like, did anybody hear what I just said?
I don't think Trump will go to any event and be any part
You
of
don't think
it.
he'll show?
I tend to agree with you.
He may put a boycott on it.
Yep.
I can see that, too.
You know,
He may head out on Air Force One, about 20 minutes before it starts.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Is spending hours on your own shopping for a lower...
Candy cane lane, oh candy cane lane, won't you sing this happy song? Candy cane lane, oh candy cane lane, everybody sing along. It's just one of those things you can't explain. So join this sweet refrain about the
people around.
Candy cane lane.
Baby, please come home. Come on. Merry Christmas. Gift number 9 has already been given away if you're late to the show today. Gift number 10 tomorrow. Somebody sing it. We're saying. And they're singing Deck the Halls, but it don't like Christmas at all. When you were here and all the fun we had last year. All right, so we talked about what's going to happen when we get to January if we do have a transfer of power. Most of us believe Trump will not go along with it, and I think you probably will have after. Sadly, I hope it doesn't look the way Hillary Clinton's did, the famous tour of I Was Robbed, and then I produce all my I Was Robbed products in my speaking tour and interviews and all of that. So I don't know, and maybe he was or he wasn't robbed. We may never know, but certainly some things we need to address going forward. But Bubba, you said something in the break which I think Americans are learning. The founders set it up. This thing about state rights. It was a bone of contention putting together this union, and then of course one time it got to be a real bone of contention. You might remember that, the misnamed Civil War.
Yeah.
But so when it comes to the election and how they're done, there's the majority of this is, as you said, and you heard the Supreme Court say, if Pennsylvania has a problem, then Pennsylvania has got to solve it.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
And I'm just using Pennsylvania as one
I'm gonna
example.
paraphrase it in Bubba terms. When this thing was set up, the states were so concerned about losing their identity That's why you see a lot of things reserved for the states.
Right.
And the electing of a president is a uniquely state thing. Each state can decide how they want to do it by their state legislature, I might point out. And then they cast their ballots on the national stage at the Electoral College. And judges are just hesitant to get involved in these things. And I think that's what you saw with the Supreme Court. They are not going to get into the weeds of this, and they're basically saying, look, Texas has to have their election, Florida has to have theirs, Pennsylvania has to have theirs, and if there's a problem with Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania has to sort it out. And the last resort, if we think something is totally off the chart, is for the Congress not to accept the Electoral College results, which they vote to accept. I think it's on the 6th. So they basically have said courts don't have a big place in this, and if there is issues, it needs to be handled in Pennsylvania by Pennsylvania courts by Pennsylvanians, or whatever the state may be. That's kind of how I read into that.
But now Texas,
which is probably the correct way to do it.
Now Texas claims that these states violated the federal part that is there on the way that they went about changing the rules for voting, that they violated a federal mandate that affects the entire union. Now, again,
that's a fair argument, but I think, again, they've said, well, if Pennsylvanians did it illegally, Pennsylvanians need to call themselves on it.
So now we'll get down to the other thing. What happens to the border wall? Because we've got footage today that the border wall has added,
450 miles. And Trump's saying they'll get another 25 miles by the end of January. So this is all new stuff, too. Do you have the footage of it, Adler?
Did you see that?
Well, I saw the picture of it.
Yeah, but you mean there's something rolling?
Oh, yeah. There's like drone footage or an airplane flying over it, and, man, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah,
that's a lot. That's a lot of wall.
It's a lot of wall. It's a needed wall.
Country without borders is not a country.
Right.
Then how many people visit? How we move about with our neighbors? That's all part of the legislative process. We can certainly debate that, but if you don't have a border, you don't have a country. I mean, that's simple.
So now, if the new administration goes in, they've cried and lamented and rolled around on the floor, that the wall is evil. Well, it's a lot to tear it down. Will they just leave it unlocked? Of course, it doesn't look like it has a lot of gates on it. I mean, how did they?
Here's the footage I saw, Rick.
Yeah,
now you got to admit that's impressive.
That's a good wall.
Quite a wall.
That's
right
a good
there.
wall right there.
And I don't know. I'm just guessing. We know what Biden has said. We know why he says it. He thinks that endears him to a lot of the Spanish and Latino community. But I don't know if behind the scenes he's kind of like, well, I'm glad I didn't have to build it, but I'm glad it's there.
Honestly, yeah, maybe so.
Behind the scenes, he'd never say that. But, I don't think you spend more money to tear it down. That's crazy.
So we know our taxes are going to go up. They've made that clear. We know the corporate tax is going to go back up. They've made that clear.
Well, they can go up, but a lot of people didn't make much money this year, so it ain't going to do any good. Right. They can put whatever rate they want on it.
What do you think? Do you think we get back to the? Are we going to stop? Are we now because we're going to save the world? I know there's no scientific proof of it, but that us drilling our own oil has anything to do with the climate, but I'm sure the rest of the world, when we run back to the Paris, whatever that thing's called, are we going to now be deemed wicked for accessing our own fuel?
I tell you, there's some people who really want to see us quit drilling and quit pumping oil. That is the Saudi Arabians, Venezuela, parts of Mexico. They'd really like for us to Russia. They'd like for us to tone down the oil business.
Don't forget, though, only when you go to the emotional left can you find yourself in this place when it comes to us needing oil. We don't want to drill our own oil, but we also better not have any wars that are about oil.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me tell you, Mr. Emotional Leftist, you can't have it both ways. Either would we agree that us drilling our own oil because we still have to have oil. We're gonna have to get it from somewhere.
Yeah, and,
I mean,
and even
it's
if you
cut down on our of the Middle East holding us.
Oh yeah,
hostage.
yeah, and that's why we have gas under $2 now. Rick.
Correct.
I mean, it's plentiful. But it sounds good. Let's do away with oil. Let's save the planet. All that sounds good, and to a lot of people, that just sounds really good.
Of course, can't prove that it's ruining the planet.
But here's the problem. 50% of each barrel of oil, or actually a little more than that, I guess, goes to making other products, plastics.
Oh yeah, the list goes on.
The medical community would fall completely apart without oil products. So it's a big, complicated problem. If it is a problem, and you're not going to. Some of these things are an easy sell, but they're very difficult to do.
Your phone calls are next. Whatever you want to talk about, Harry Murdahl is standing by. Lines are available, and we'll chat with you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. If you want a Rick and Bubba gift delivered by Christmas, you need to get the order in today. Today is the cutoff on December the 15th. I do want to point you to Gabby, GABI.com/Bubba. And I'm pointing you there because, unfortunately, it is highly likely that you are overpaying for automobile and homeowners insurance. Yeah. Well, and there's one way to find out, and that is to go to Gabby.com/Bubba, enter all of your insurance information. It'll take just a few moments. And then they'll pull up 40 of the biggest names in insurance. You look at your insurance, what you're paying. You look at what they're offering for the exact same coverage, and you take the one that's smallest. About $1,000 a year people are saving on average by doing this. You need to make this move now. Could you use $1,000 this year? Why don't you go to Gabby, GABI.com/Bubba. Remember, we're not talking about you having less insurance. We're talking about not overpaying for the same insurance. And if you find out that you have the best deal, then that's a great feeling too. Totally free to check your rate. There's no obligation to do anything. Stop overpaying on your car and home insurance today. It'll take about 2 minutes. GABI.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, to the phones we go. Neil in Alexandria, Alabama. Hey, Neil, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead. Neil?
Neil.
It was a big build-up.
That was a great build-up, Rick. I mean, you pitched right to it.
I thought I did. Greg in Dothan, listening to News Talk 103.9. Hello, Greg. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for having me on. Hey, on the subject of the Supreme Court, I mean, somebody has to have jurisdiction over these interstate squabbles or issues, and you can't take your problem to the other state, to their home court, whenever they've already demonstrated a willingness to ignore the issue. But the Supreme Court has to have jurisdiction whenever you have problems between the states, right? Because otherwise it'd be like somebody telling you, Rick, that you got a problem, but you have nowhere to go to get your redress of grievances.
But they say you do have a place. They say you do have a place to redress it in your own Supreme Court in your own state.
I think there's a difference than us having an argument. There's a difference in us having an argument about water flow or interstate or, some squabble like that. I think what they've said here is that Pennsylvania has their right to decide how their electors are going to cast their vote, and it is uniquely Pennsylvania's issue. Now, they're supposed to do it with the legislature. I give you that.
Right.
But Texas has no authority to come in here and say, this or that. Texas, you did yours. Let Pennsylvania do theirs.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the Bubba version
of it. Crimes, though. We're talking about crimes being committed. So you have to go and have your facts heard by a jury of your peers.
But here's the problem. If there's a crime committed, the people who the crime was perpetrated against, Pennsylvanians are going to have to bring it up. I think that's what they're saying.
I know that's what they're. I know that's what they're saying, but if you can't get a fair trial in your town, they move, right? They move the center wherever it's going to be held at. You can move the location of the trial. And why would you go to Pennsylvania when they've already demonstrated they don't have a willingness to handle the issue?
No, Greg, I think you got to get down to this, and we as Americans have to get down to this. Do you know what is constitutionally done in this situation?
Because I know what's logically done. And
but that doesn't matter. See, that doesn't matter.
Logic and the law ain't got nothing together.
That doesn't matter.
We wouldn't have half these crazy laws.
And I will say this. The Constitution says this, and this are federal jurisdictions. Anything not listed here is a state issue only. Now, Texas is trying to say, and stay with me, Greg, that they think there is a federal violation that affects the union here, but they can't get anyone so far to agree with them on that. But you can't just say, well, here's what ought to happen, and it logically should be this, and this just doesn't seem right. It has to be it has to be constitutional.
Somebody has to have jurisdiction. So let's say you say the Supreme Court does.
Greg, that doesn't matter.
Let me tell you who has authority over the Pennsylvania affairs. That's the Pennsylvania Supreme Court.
Right.
And they've ruled that they didn't see any problem with it. I get we don't like it, we don't agree with it, but I don't know there's anything you can do about it.
But what I would say, though, be extremely careful if you're willing to give in on constitutional things because it may serve you for a moment. You will live to regret that. Our founding fathers set up a beautiful, limiting document, and the more we leave it, even in a moment of right now it would be nice, the more we compromise the future of this country in generations to come. You can't let the government get outside of that Constitution, and we've already let it happen way too many times. Now, if you can make a constitutional argument and it be confirmed, then man, hallelujah. And maybe that might happen. But right now, really, if you look at it, they said the way Texas presented their case, they didn't present it the way they should have to get it heard by the federal Supreme Court.
And again, you're two-stepping the line on some of that and what the constitutional demands are for these states to be able to sue each other. But they basically said that it's a Pennsylvania issue, what Pennsylvania wants to give us at the Electoral College. So they're going to have to work it out.
John, go ahead to add to that.
Yeah, actually what was written in the thing was the reason why they rejected it for standing is because one of the requirements that was for it was there had to be a sitting senator that signed off on it, and there was no sitting senator that had actually signed on it. They had many that actually spoke up in favor of it, but not a single one actually put their name to the paper, and that's the reason why it was rejected.
So, John, let me ask you this. Are you surprised one didn't sign it? Or because, I mean, these attorneys that are handling this are big-dollar guys. They deal with this stuff all the time. They know that, and they went with it. They went without one. So why didn't they get one?
Well, truthfully, I'm not surprised by it because I haven't trusted a politician since the Clinton years, and I just don't think any of them have a backbone to actually step up to that thing because they're still worried about Georgia about losing the Senate, so they didn't want to put that on the line to put that election over there in jeopardy as well.
Yeah, there's some complexities to it, but I mean, if you're the attorney who's carrying this case to the Supreme Court and it clearly says you have to have that to have standing, why did they go without that?
I can only come to the conclusion did they not know they needed that? Because I'm with Bubba, that wouldn't make any sense.
If they went and didn't know that means they didn't read the instructions very well, which means they're not a very good lawyer. Right? I mean, if you're arguing for the Supreme Court, yeah, that should be more than traffic court.
Yeah, did
right?
they say maybe the Supreme Court won't see this? I mean, maybe they'll miss it. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. Susan in Hueytown, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Susan, go ahead.
On the question of Trump going to the inauguration, my personal opinion, he should not. Biden and Harris will be taking an oath to protect our Constitution against enemies, foreign and domestic. And for those two to get up and do that at this point is a slap in our face.
Yeah, it's almost like with those two, it's like trying to take an Alabama fan to swear allegiance to protect Auburn.
Yeah,
you've already established you hate it.
You kind of worry there might be an earthquake or something. You know?
Joshua in Alabama. Joshua, go ahead.
Hey guys, how are y'all doing this morning?
We're great.
Doing great.
Good. Hey, so I wanted to talk about the Christmas Chronicles for a little bit. So I'm only 30 years old, and haven't seen many Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn movies. But was the acting? Have they always kind of acted like that? I just didn't think it was that high quality of acting. And then also, I wanted to ask one more question. Y'all always say the Eagles are y'all's favorite, like rock band and stuff like that.
One of
who had the better breakout? Yeah, one of the favorite is. So who had the better breakout career? Was it either Don Henley, Glenn Frey, or the guitarist?
Joe Walsh.
B. Smith.
Joe Walsh.
Joe Walsh.
I would say Don Henley had the most success of all of them. Yeah, as far as hits and as far as money, yeah.
But Joe Walsh is the only ham operator in the group.
That's right. Yeah. And Don Henley was the most successful of those three. But But Joe Walsh may have established his own audience better than the other three.
His was a little early on. Yeah, his was even a forerunner of that. So it's kind of hard to compare before and after.
Rocky Mountain Way and all that.
Yeah. But I think if Joe Walsh is up playing over at the theater and Don Henley's playing over at the theater, I don't know. It's pretty equal, probably. Yeah.
But as far as hits,
hits, Don Henley by
not
far.
even close.
Yeah, Don.
But I'd rather they all be together and all of them sing a few of their hits and a
Yeah.
bunch of them together.
No,
and that's what I saw them twice, and they were excellent.
Just leave Dirty Laundry
Excellent.
All right, let's go.
I like Dirty Laundry,
I knew
Greg.
it. I knew
Don't
it.
be cutting Dirty Laundry from the playlist.
Yeah, he probably likes all she wants to do is dance.
I'll take
absolutely.
Dirty Laundry over that.
I love that one. Rick, that's one of my favorites.
Of course it is. But
Life in the
can
Fast
both of them.
Lane.
back to the Christmas Chronicles now.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the second one.
The second one's not that great.
I saw the
okay.
second one.
The
I thought it was good.
Can't remember
Thought
the
it was
first
good.
one.
The first one is better than the second one, but the second one's okay. And I do think that Kurt Russell is the coolest Santa Claus we've ever had.
Yeah.
Now,
Have you seen Fat Man yet?
I have.
Is it good?
Real violent language.
Violent Santa movie.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, language is rough. The villain is
I saw the preview.
Yeah, it's a rough movie, but it's an interesting take that a kid puts a hit out on Santa. My favorite line is when the hitman shows up and Santa's ready, and he says, "You think you're the first one to ever try this?"
It's a different take.
Mel Gibson is a hard-nosed Santa.
Rick and Bubba.
We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big as a number. We continue. GW is out of Hoover, Alabama. Phone calls coming in. Lines are all full right now, but we'll work through them. GW is checking in. He's got us on the legendary 104.7 WZZK, the mothership. All right, GW, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, big boys, can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear. Checking 1, 2. Coming in loud and clear.
All right. Hey, guys, so here's what as I understand the issue with Pennsylvania, is that the Secretary of State and the governor have sidestepped the state legislature and gone straight to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court is complicit in saying, hey, yes, you can change the election laws, but the laws in Pennsylvania state that only the legislature can do that.
Right.
So if the Supreme Court is complicit with the governor and secretary of state, who then steps in to support the people on their legal rights? Is it not the federal government?
Well, that's a good question, and I understand what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying. But the Supreme Court is basically said, Pennsylvania's going to have to work it out.
Yeah, and that's Greg. That was Greg was upset a minute ago, and you're to the thing. You're down to what we think should happen, or why doesn't this happen, or doesn't this make sense to what has actually happened, and what appears is going to happen. So
let me ask you this. This may be even a better question. Why does the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, who's made up of judges who have had a career to get to that point, how can they not look at that statute that says the legislature only can change this? And then they allow it to be changed. I mean, what is their logic? What did they say when they did their ruling?
I think it goes back to this, Bubba, is, kind of like the federal Supreme Court. We have Democrats that put liberals on there because they want them to legislate from the bench.
Correct.
The same thing has happened in Pennsylvania, where they've got all these liberal judges on the Supreme Court so that they can legislate from the bench. So who is to keep them in check from making changes to the legislature that only or to the Constitution that only the legislature is designed to do? So who is to keep the state Supreme Court in check? So where do the people go at that point? Do they just say, okay,
let me ask you this: why
corrupt and we can't do anything?
When all this was going on, why didn't the leaders of the legislature, who are the representatives of the people, why didn't they go into special session and clarify this and say, no, we're not going to allow this, or, yeah, we're going to change the rules because of COVID and we feel like it'd be more safe. We're going to allow an exception this year, and then they would be the ones who were the author of how this was done. Why didn't they step up?
Well, that's a great question. The legislature in Pennsylvania is run by Republicans.
Right.
So they didn't step up because I think they assumed that they knew that, hey, we don't want to make these changes because we know potentially fraud is going to be, come within the system here. Well, again, the Secretary of State and the government sidestepped the legislature and went straight to the Supreme Court. So I think that there is a federal issue here with protecting the people of the state of Pennsylvania from the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, given that they are legislating from the bench, and that's not the way it was designed to be.
I understand that argument, but do you also see the? Okay, I understand. I understand your logic. I got it. I got your logic. But do you see the logic of a federal entity saying that electing your electors are a uniquely state issue, and Pennsylvania, if the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania and the Secretary of State and the legislature won't get involved, and they are the representative of the people, it's not our business to intervene, that they got to work it out among themselves. Do you also see that line of thought?
Yeah, Bubba, I believe that's probably what it is that nobody's got the backbone to step up and say, hey, this was wrong, and as the legislature, we've got to correct this, and whether they put a suit against – I don't know how a legislature puts a suit against their Supreme Court, but something needs to happen, and they haven't done it, right? So
it is complicated. Yeah. Well, and look, here's the thing. I understand your logic, and I would have been fine with them picking it up, but they just said the other way, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But now keep in mind, you had Alito and who was the other judge, Rick? I can't even think of his name now. Clarence Thomas wanted to hear the case, and the rest of them were silent on it. So you at least 5 of them voted not to hear it. So, and we don't know about the other two members what their thought process was.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for
All
the
right,
comment.
well, thank you. Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
man. Thank you. We continue. Let's go to Michael in Alabama. Michael, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all?
We're great, Michael. Welcome.
Hey man, I was listening yesterday, and you guys were sharing that article about the steps to spread communism. And,
Right.
And a lot of those things, they kind of hit home. This stuff we're seeing today. And I went home and I played it for my wife, and we started talking. And I believe God has everything in His hands. His plan is being played out exactly how He wanted it to. But at what point, do we not have the right, even as Christians biblically or in the world, at what point can we stand up and, fight for what's ours? Because, if that communism deal is spreading.
Well, of course.
You said was to get rid of religion.
Yeah, well,
I think, we've always said you've got man's law and God's law, and you follow man's law until it conflicts with God's law. And I think the communist whole manifesto of them saying that you can't have a religion, you can't have God, that it's all about the state, I think goes against God's law. I think you're valid at that point.
Right, and you also have to be careful with this thing of God is omnipotent, He is omniscient, and He is omnipresent. That is true, but we clearly see in Scripture, we don't even get out of the Garden of Eden, that God says you're allowed to do all of this. One thing I don't want you to do is to eat off of this one tree. That is the one law that I forbid you to do. And did He make Adam and Eve saying, yeah, I tell you what, I want them. My plan is for them to sin and to go over and eat off that tree. I don't think you can make that case. He then worked out a plan of salvation that He knew to work out, and He's all-knowing. We go to Samuel when the people of God says, we want a king like the rest of the world. Well, you clearly hear God tell Samuel, that is not my plan for them, but this is the plan I'm allowing them to choose, and tell them the punishment that is going to come by the choice that they made. But that was not my plan. My plan was for me to be their king. And they say they don't want that, so I'm going to allow them to make that choice, and there's going to be earthly repercussions to that choice, but ultimately, I'm still going to keep my promise, and I'm going to get to the end. I would tell you, I don't think it was God's plan for them to reject them. I don't think it was God's plan for them to eat from the tree they weren't supposed to eat from. So we still make choices, even as people and followers of God. And yes, to say, well, God's plan is just going to work out. Well, it may not have been God's will to have any president, but He may say, well, this is what you've chosen. So I'm either going to put people there for punishment, or I'm going to put people there as a blessing. But ultimately, the new heaven and the new earth and all that, yeah, I'm going to work that out at the end of it all. But there's a lot of choices in there, too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Merry Christmas from the Rick and Bubba Show, 6 minutes past. Somebody say Noel. Merry Christmas from the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler here. Helmsy back tomorrow, Lord willing. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Here's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show.
You almost said your spirits, didn't you?
I did.
We're going to do this at Wacky World Store here shortly, but I did want to get Todd. Rick,
I just don't understand Pennsylvania.
Okay, we go on that again. So Todd and then Jay. I want to talk to these two. I'm going to start with Jay because Jay says that he was in the group that was the last golden ticket seat crowd that we've had, and then COVID hit, and there has not been another. You were here, Jay. It was it was the last day.
Yes, we were on Friday, March the 6th, and I think y'all had a well-deserved vacation the following week, and then the COVID outbreak was what was really kicking in the week after that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're probably right.
It was the week after that. The first time I went to the grocery store and there was no toilet paper.
So you were
while I was on that week off.
Yeah,
you needed it.
I thought, hey, what the?
So you were in the
ribbon.
You were in the very last group.
Yes.
Let's hope it's not the last one ever.
Yeah. How about this? And you don't want this, but I actually saw and heard a documented story of somebody who went into a store, and you're going to start seeing this the longer it goes on, to purchase an item with their mask on. They did exactly what they were required to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and this is where the Karens and the Kens have got to be careful. Okay, especially if this Karen or Ken works for your business, okay? So some of us, he's our age, okay? He's around our age. Law-abiding citizen, but not somebody who's, known for meltdowns and freak out. He's doing what he should do to be kind to everybody else, and he's living his life out best he can, okay? But trying to be a good citizen. So he says, when I get the box to be sure I'm getting the part that I needed, he said, I went to get my reading glasses to read the label to be sure I was getting the right box, the right part.
Right.
I couldn't see it without my glasses. Well, when my glasses went on, it fogged them up, and I simply pulled my mask down to clear up my glasses.
Right.
And the person who was an employee jumped on me, says, "You better get your mask right." And he said, "Hey, I'm sorry, I'm over here. I'm just reading the label. Well, you better wear your mask and wear it correctly." And he said, "You know what? You can have it. I wouldn't buy something in here if y'all had the last one on the planet." And he left. You see, I'm here I'm doing it. Hey, I need to just read. I just need to read the label for just a minute. I'm not anywhere near you. I'm not near anybody else. As soon as I read the label, I'm gonna pull this back up.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna be fine. And see, that's just somebody that's illogical, it's unreasonable, and it's unnecessary. And how about this? It costs you a sale.
And it's not about a mask. It's about me wanting to be able to tell you what to do,
right?
And it makes me feel good about it.
Right.
That's all it is.
It's the ultimate, what are these homeowners association things?
Yes.
Yeah. It's you go up and say, "Hey, we're trying to keep our property values up." But now you're to the point that you've set a timer on my trash can.
You're measuring my grass.
And I normally get it down, at say 5 minutes after the hour, and today I got it down at 11 minets past, and you're on me about it.
Rick, human nature just keeps repeating itself, and
Right.
and that's a sad part of human nature.
Yeah. So just tell your employees out there. I know they're working hard, and they're in danger's way. I got it, but let's use some level-headed, common sense, safety, and accommodation, and we'll be all right. Todd in Birmingham. So I wanted to get Todd's statement on too. Todd, go ahead.
Hey guys, I hope all's well. I'm tubing this morning, and I don't always get a chance to do that. And there's been a lot of good comments, and I got to thinking, and we'd have to work out time zone issues, but I got to thinking, wouldn't the world be a better place if at least for 1 hour a day everything stopped, Either if you're at work, if you're at home, if you're at school, it doesn't matter. Everything stops for 1 hour a day, and everybody tubed the Rick and Bubba show. Wouldn't the world be a better place if we did that?
Gosh,
Sure.
it would. What a great idea.
Sure, that ain't even up for doubt.
You think you can pull that off?
If we're going to start embracing tyrannical governments, and apparently we are, why don't we just mandate that the whole country, and really at some point, if we could get some kind of Paris agreement, the whole world, that for 1 hour a day, everybody had to watch this show. It would change the world. Yeah. It really would. Todd, that's a great thought. Thank you for that, and I'm glad you.
And I'm gonna work on trying to get that done.
All right, if you would, yeah. Let's get daylight savings time, then that.
Hey,
there we go. Bubba, here is a wacky world story.
How bizarre.
It's making me crazy. Every time.
Every time I look around
that wacky world.
Come on with it. Bubba, the headline says it. If you are in Nevada, you may know about this story. Rest of the country, let's join in with them. A camel, let me repeat that again. A camel spotted shopping at Bath and Body Works with its owner. Bubba, please look.
Is that a comfort animal?
Yeah, I started to say.
Now, who brings it in? You know it's going to leave
Guys,
a pile.
that's a camel.
I gotta ask the question. This is coming. Was it a Wednesday?
Yeah, you're right.
Dang! I really don't know.
I don't think you can bring a camel in the store.
Who brings a camel anywhere other than?
I would be afraid it would knock off a bunch of stuff and break it, and I'd have to pay for it.
So there's a leash on it. Now these stories, it says that
how do you even get it there?
Where's this at?
Staff and fellow shoppers appear to clear a path for the camel to come in and shop at Bath and Body Works, but it does not say if they were last. I mean, the story literally is just a headline and a couple of lines. Don't know whether the person was asked to leave. Can you bring a camel to Bath and Body Works in Nevada?
Well, you can't carry them on a plane anymore. I saw where they shut all that down. You got to have a show enough trained dog that has been to a certain U.S. school for training. No more paperwork from the Caribbean folks. Sorry.
Yeah. Peacocks out.
Peacocks are out. Pigs, all that business.
Don't you think sometimes?
Gerbils.
Don't you think sometimes our biggest mistake is thinking that our fellow human beings can logically think through something? It's everybody starts out saying comfort animal. We have these licensed animals that help people who have needs, and that's good. Okay, but then somebody says, "Well, I tell you what, this would be a good way for us to bring our peacock in."
Yeah.
First
what
of all,
about my pet turkey?
What about my turkey? What about a snake? What about this? What about my horse? I mean, we got a dog on a horse.
What about Tom Turkey?
So now they've had to come back because people don't know how to act and say. Now we have. I mean, you got to really have some paperwork to get a dog on a plane, which I'm thankful for.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it had turned into like a pet ride. I mean,
there
was too many of them on there.
So who's the person that says I'm going to Bath and Body Works, and by the way, the camel's going with me?
Yeah.
Look at this person on the plane looking in the face
turkey.
of the turkey. Bubba, please look.
How can you bond
what
with
if
a turkey?
that's you on that plane?
Who bonds with the turkey?
You know what I would have done? I would have reached up here and grabbed that thing around the neck.
Yeah.
See, they're just seeing if they can get a turkey on a plane. Somebody dared them. Because nobody has a bond. I just feel comforted by my turkey. Everybody sees a nice, cute dog or easy pal, and he looks at you. A turkey doesn't interact with people.
What happened with the camel? Was the camel allowed to come in?
Well, it went in, it looked like.
I mean, I know in Vegas, everything stays in Vegas.
Right.
I mean, and maybe something like this, sadly, you would probably see at a bachelor's party, but in Vegas. But but should a camel?
Honestly, does a camel want to be in there?
Yeah, what is there in a Bed Bath and Beyond?
It probably stinks to them,
Oh, yeah.
Too
it gives
much.
me a headache.
Yeah, it's too strong when I go in there.
Oh, yeah, I can't go in that place. If I go in there, things have horribly gone wrong.
Yeah, I'm not having a good day.
16 minutes past the hour. There's somebody with a pig on a plane.
That's good.
Why don't our fellow human beings know how to act? We'll be back. 16 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being with us. Phone calls continue to come in, and we will start with Jeremy out of the great state of Tennessee. Jeremy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today? Go right ahead.
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
Fired up, Jeremy. That's all I don't know, buddy.
First of all, I want to say Merry Christmas to you guys.
Merry Christmas to you, buddy.
A long time.
Back at you.
And so I don't know if you guys have saw. I actually sent you an email about the GOP electorals in Michigan tried to get in to cast their vote, and they were stopped at the door. There's actually a video of that. I don't know if you guys have seen that or not.
The delegation from Minnesota, Michigan. Who'd you say?
Michigan, the GOP, they went to cast their electoral votes, and they were stopped at the door. I actually sent a video to Rick. There's a video of it where a police officer actually stopped them at the door and refused to let them in. And they were even saying that they had their information, the envelope for them to do what they were supposed to do, and they stopped them at the door and wouldn't allow them in.
Well, let me ask you this. I don't. You're saying GOP electors, right?
Well, it was the Republicans, yeah.
Well, Michigan voted Democrat, though, so the Democratic elected electors get to go in and vote. That may be where you're seeing the discrepancy.
Right.
They also didn't let the Independents in.
Right.
The Green Party, any of the other ones. Right? I mean, is that what we're seeing?
Yeah, I wasn't sure about it. I saw that I'd seen somebody had shared it, and I was like, well, I thought
No, we're looking at it. We were just looking at it on YouTube. But Bubba's point is, but the GOP, they didn't win. They don't have the electoral votes to give. I mean,
because all of them go with the winner, right?
I think
in their state,
maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I think most states do that.
Yeah, but anyway, we saw the video. So
I don't know that they had a legal standing to go in and vote. I'm not sure. I really don't know what we're looking at there. So.
I mean, it's the whole thing.
Look, I understand everybody. I understand. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Right.
But I just can't. I just can't keep looking. I mean, I'm running out of hope, guys. I'm running out of hope. The window is shutting here, guys.
Yeah, and we're getting emails from you, so y'all just wait till this thing turns. Well, you know what? If it does, then let me tell you something. We'll hallelujah, and we'll have a blast, and we'll go back to playing our Trump updates again.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we
my feelings won't be hurt.
Yeah, I mean,
not at all.
Would I rather Kamala and Joe Biden not be leading the free world? 100%. And if y'all can legally find a way to make that happen and get the proper ruling, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, if we've got some big show, some trick up our sleeve for January the 6th, I can't wait. I mean, I got the popcorn ready. I can't wait to see it.
Right.
But I'm telling you, when they swear Biden in, the same people that's been protecting Trump at the White House is going to set his stuff out on the street. Y'all don't think that ain't going to happen.
Right.
Huh? If we got something, we got to make it happen.
Let me tell you, the staff that makes the food will ask Joe Biden and Kamala what they want for dinner.
Yeah. Look, I'm pulling for you, but I can't be a robot in this. I'm not. I can't be a mindless robot. I see what's going on here.
Bubba, let's talk about it. That's what we would prefer.
Yes, I would love it.
Yeah, sure.
I hope we, redo the history books here. I hope we have a new chapter.
I'll even tell some of you out there in the Christian community that some of your commentaries and letters you wrote, I don't understand your logic on the choice between Trump and the Biden Harris deal. Versus Pence Trump. Some of the reasoning you had on some of that, I know that Beth Moore's wagging her finger at us, and she's lecturing us a little bit right now. But
good gosh, are you kidding
me?
Oh
no, you'll love that.
Huh?
Oh yeah, you want me to read you the quote here in a minute?
No, I'll let John MacArthur handle it.
But anyway,
I ain't got to say a thing.
But and I do see in every way you can see it that this country would be better off of the two choices. Trump, Pence versus Biden, Harris, I can make that case easily, but that doesn't mean that this is going to happen.
Yeah,
it's and if it does, great. You know what I'd love to look at? I'd like to get in this mic right here and say, "Yeah, I guess I was wrong.
How about that?
I didn't fully understand."
Hey, y'all, I want to do this, Rick. Hey, did y'all see that?
I will tell you this: when you handpick 3 judges and set them on the Supreme Court, and they don't give you the case, I think that's not a good sign. Would you agree with that?
I'm just not seeing the path here.
And if it's there, and if y'all find it, hey,
look, it's fourth down, and look, there's been Hail Marys that have worked.
Yeah.
I've seen 2 or 3 of them. Look, that I thought there was no way possible.
And I think some of y'all think this means that we think everything was straight up.
No,
that's not what this means.
No,
I'll take you back to 1980 to a playoff game where the team we were playing absolutely didn't make the 2-point conversion. Everybody knows they didn't make it. You can look at footage and see they didn't make it. I've talked to the guy who had the ball, and he said he didn't make it. But guess who's still on record right now when you go back and look at the history of that game? Guess who got the official win? They did.
Yep.
We didn't.
Okay.
And how about this? We know they didn't make it. But you had to get an official to agree with that.
Maybe this will explain some of it, okay? They said check the 1960 Hawaii presidential election, Kennedy versus Nixon, which, by the way, that one was stolen, y'all. I hate to tell y'all this.
Watch out.
By demos in Illinois and Chicago. They absolutely kept the polls open, kept voting till they had enough votes to win.
Right.
Okay? They said in that case, both sets of electors were allowed to vote. Yesterday in 7 states, the Dems and the Republican electors cast their vote for both parties due to their election still being questioned. And I guess maybe that's why he's saying the Michigan delegation should have
All right,
got
so
in.
Caller, that makes sense. That's why that is a story. Okay. That makes sense. And that's why the GOP.
But is Michigan still in doubt, I guess is the question.
Not that I know
I don't know what 7 states they're referring to here.
Yeah, not that I know of.
I don't know.
Of course, now, did they give that election back to Nixon? Did I miss something?
Nixon did not win that election, Rick. He did win later.
Didn't Kennedy? Didn't he become the president?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so
Yes, he did.
so even though they say
even
though they say that Illinois was ill-gotten gains, did they turn the presidency over?
No, they didn't.
I just want to check on that.
Yeah, that's one of them. They think, sure enough, really was stolen. But if you look at historians,
Bubba, but did they give it to Nixon?
No, they did not.
Okay, I think that's an important point to make. Now, of course, if the mob helps you win, you might want to not go after them.
Yeah, don't turn on them. Don't turn on them.
Right.
They have people with guns. They'll come looking for you.
Right.
Even if you're the president and the attorney general, they don't care.
And if you shame them in public and really get on one of them,
Yep. They make notes.
They just kind of grin like, Roger that. We'll be back. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Merry Christmas from the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so have you been, today's big day, mypillow.com. Go there, see where it says radio listeners. Click on that. We're going to get you some great deals, including the queen size, the standard queen premium MyPillow. Get it for $29.98 right now. It was normally $69.98, $40 off right there. Also, take a look at their new bathrobes. These are great. They're made with that luxurious cotton that they love, the extra long staple cotton, really comfortable form. Loose. We like the old loose fit, and you'll love that. It's the old relaxed fit style. I love whoever came up with relaxed fit, and you can get that. Also, they've got all the other products there at 30% off, including those bathrobes with the promo code Bubba. So go to mypillow.com. That's mypillow.com. Click on Radio Listeners, or you can go to rickandbubba.com and find the link there under the sponsors button, and for you to get great gifts from the folks there at MyPillow. How's your email over there?
Oh, I'm just looking through it here. It's funny how some people perceive everything. Rick, I did get an email that was kind of cool. We had a gentleman who had been down in South Texas hunting.
Yeah, I saw that.
In Arizona,
Yeah.
and he had actually taken a nice buck down there. Said he was about a mile from the wall, and went down. Actually, had his picture made at it.
I see that.
And he said that is a steady stream of 18-wheelers going by that thing as they keep building more and more.
Well, yeah, and I guess I'm looking at the wall that's being built. There, as I said, there doesn't seem to be a lot of gates on it. So I don't know, when Kamala and Joe, how they'll get it open. But it probably costs a lot of money to knock it down. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I would think it'd be real expensive. So I don't know. I don't know. Like I say, probably better if you're gonna do that, just leave the gate unlocked. But
yeah, but there's not a lot of gates.
Well, you got to get to a gate.
You got a long way to go.
You got to find a gate. Yeah.
Right.
It's an impressive wall, though.
It's a very impressive wall. He's standing there in front of it, and also killed him a buck right off of the. He shot that.
That's a good day on the wall.
How about shot a buck about a mile from the wall? I bet there may be some wall down there where we used to hunt.
Yeah. Oh, I know there was. We were a little further away from it, though.
Right. But now, you think there's more wall? Because it's been a long time since we've been there.
I think that part of Texas has already. I think that was pretty fortified a long time ago.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I think. But there was a lot of blue lights out there in the desert overnight chasing people. I knew that.
Texas deer hunting is a different experience.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's kind of cool.
It is.
Nice change.
There's a lot of moving parts, and like one point, it's like you're like, I think I'm hunting near a beach. Do you remember that when you get down there?
Yeah,
that was kind of weird.
And it was kind of a strange looking beach.
It was. It's almost like I didn't acknowledge it as an actual beach.
Yeah, I mean, it just had a touch of kind of Planet of the Apes look to it.
No doubt about it.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's kind of weird.
It's very, very interesting.
Yeah, I was glad I had a gun.
Right. Yeah, it's because it just felt like anything could happen. I've told you I've done deer hunting before, even in my own state, when I felt like that I had left the reach of law and order, that I was outside of it, that I was pretty much on my own. It just you just feel you can't imagine anybody in law enforcement is anywhere near you. You kind of feel like you. So that leads to the coach, and all that. Everybody trying. You're thinking, coach. Let's go to our coach.
That's a funny story.
Oh, sure. Of course, Gary scared JT last night again.
Oh, goodness.
What did he do?
Are you serious?
Why didn't you tell that already?
Well, I told that.
No, you haven't, Rick. Are you holding that one?
Well, it's like. Gary can't stand it. I mean, he just cannot stand it. And he let me see, hang on just a minute. So he knows I'm there. We still haven't figured out how he does that. Supernatural. And he just sends a text. You hunting? And I said, yeah. Who's down there?
I said, well, actually, JT's hunting with me today. I'm on my way. And that's all he said. And I thought, well, he must want to see JT. You know what I mean? It's so in the cruelest of cruel, as we're putting the vehicle up in the barn behind one of the doors, and I knew immediately because I knew that door was not closed, that one of the doors was closed, and so I told JT to slip out and open it up where I could pull the vehicle in.
Rick.
And so when he opened it up, Gary was standing behind it in the mask. And terrified JT. JT said for a moment he couldn't feel his left arm.
Did he say boo?
He just said, look there.
What mask did he have on?
The old man mask.
It's classic.
Yeah. Rick. And see, that's the thing worrying me because JT thinks he's on the edge of death on a daily basis. And he said, "You realize for a moment I couldn't feel my left arm."
Oh Lord!
But why does Gary love that so much?
Rick, he just does.
Huh?
Well,
he gave his leg up.
It's gonna be bad for him one of these days.
I know. Well, I thought even
he's gonna catch somebody pretty quick on the trigger.
I know, and it's the reason why he needs to always inform everybody what's going on. And then you go back to the prank that's heard around the world. I mean, it's just. I think Mark Garnett's words will ring throughout prank history. The difference between a good prank and a great prank. 2 words, live ammo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You realize that I'm finally realizing that Dawson is still scarred. He's like, how about how you kind of thought that we all moved on with our life. Of course, if you're not the person, and Garnett doesn't care. I mean,
right.
It's never affected Garnett
ever
another day. Garnett is just upset he didn't think of it.
Right. Right.
He would have liked to have been participating in it, but it scarred Dawson. I mean, he's not a Gary fan.
Well, I think where Gary,
you know how finally years ago passed and finally you finally said he just like I was gonna be honest with you. I never got past that. Yeah, and he was a good sport about it, and that was good. But deep down, he's scarred.
Right.
It matches the scars on his shins.
Yep, from the trees.
Scars on his heart and on his psyche here match the scars on his shins. Little bloody shins. You know what though? He became quite the 4-wheel driver.
Yes, he did.
Whether they wanted to or not.
His expertise level went to another place, didn't it?
It really did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I didn't help, because the first time. That's how long ago JT has been around. He said, the last time that I was here, this is how long ago it was. He said, you told Gary that I had been working on Obama's reelection campaign. And
yeah, I remember that.
and Gary believed it. And it was, that led to, he said, so you didn't help my situation with Gary.
No, not really.
Well, I mean,
not at all.
I mean, we're all having some fun with it. I like this one, Bubba.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Dustin in Gulf Shores. He said he's glad the Supreme Court didn't rule.
Okay, well, good. Let's hear. I want to be enlightened.
Sunny 105. Dustin, go ahead.
First off, let me say a road Trump.
Road Trump.
Listen, fellas, the way that I look at it, if there is a light at the end of the tunnel, this ain't the way I want it, but at least we see now we have got a Supreme Court that is following our Constitution. We couldn't make it happen, but we got to follow the Constitution, and at least it looks like that's what this current bench is doing.
Now, Dustin, just the fact you said that means you're going to be eat up by people who hate you.
Hey, man, you sell out. You sell out.
Well,
and this is what I'm saying. If people don't agree with you 100%, maybe they want it to happen, but they say, I just don't see a path to that happening. And then you 100% try to write them off. You're doing exactly what the liberals do. You are becoming a liberal, just 180-degree out of phase of that.
Right.
So be careful.
But I think
don't become what you say you hate.
No, I think there's a trend though, Bubba, and you're right all over this that we've got to correct. And we've talked about it. I got an email from a listener that claims and I don't doubt it, had been listening for over 20 years, and they had said that they felt a certain way about something that we do on the show, and I came back and I tried to reason out why I didn't agree with it. I said I appreciate the feedback, and we love feedback. I love all feedback, but in this particular case, I just don't agree with you, and here's why. Well, Well, never mind. Then I guess you don't care about feedback from your audience. No. I care about it. I just sometimes I may hear your feedback, which I appreciate because we do need to hear it, and I might counter it and say, "Well, I disagree with that." Thank you, though. I appreciate you letting me know. But honestly, because of this, and this, I think what we're doing is still I think it's legit. I don't agree with you, but I appreciate you letting me know. Well, I guess you don't care about the 22-year listener. Never mind. No, that's not. See, this is the thing.
So to agree with him, that means you care about him.
If you don't line up completely with somebody, no, the way conversations go is you say, well, this is how I see it, and I go, well, have you thought about this? And then you say, well, yeah, I think about that, but I still this. Well, what about this? Well, no, I still really just don't like it. Okay, well, I will tell you in this case, we'll just have to agree to disagree. I guess you don't care about me. That doesn't mean I don't care about you. Mm-hmm. So I have to be indoctrinated into your way of thinking, or I don't care about you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
to the people we go. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. The buzzer will sound at the end of 30 seconds. It sounds like this. Your time on the program comes to a close. Programming notes. We need to let you know. If we're wrapping up our time together with you today, if you are trying to buy a gift for Christmas from the Rick and Bubba store, great selection of gifts are there, including our Christmas box, which I love this year. I think there's a few of those left. You need to get that order in today because we're not sure we can get it to you by Christmas if you wait past today. Now,
Today's it.
Now, if you don't care about getting it by Christmas, then fine. But if Christmas is a biggie to you, you need to get that order in by the end of business today, which would be 5, 6 o'clock local time, somewhere in there. All right, let's start with Eric in Bose, Alabama. Eric, you got 30 seconds, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thank you for the call, my friend. What's on your mind?
Hey, with you all being the two most dangerous fat men in America, I was hoping you might have a network out there that would be able to point me in the direction of a good concealed carry license that's supposed to protect us nationwide.
Well, that's done state by state, and you would need to go to your county sheriff's office probably to get that done. Speedy, you just got one, didn't you?
Yeah. You can just Google your local sheriff's department, whatever county you fall in, and you can actually print out the form.
Well, I have one.
And most of the states have a reciprocal agreement. Not all of them. You need to check and be sure which states have that agreement with your state.
Yeah, based on right before the buzzer, it sounds like he's not confused on how to do it in his own county and state. He was wondering about nationwide, and Bubba just answered.
Yeah, it is not nationwide. It's state by state.
And he's saying, do we know anybody that can get something nationwide? No.
But if he's just wanting to have a fun group to be a part of that have those same beliefs, I'm sure you can get your local shooting range that might have affiliates and groups you can be a part of. Maybe that's what he's looking for.
Or join, some federal agency that would give you that authority.
Yeah,
right. Or just be Hunter Biden. Brian, and we Dowie. Brian, go ahead.
Because apparently he can do whatever the heck he wants.
He can do whatever he wants. Brian, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hey, I was going to say, I harvested a nice buck the other day, Thursday, actually, and after going to get my game number, my driver's license, 2 pieces of identification, and had to have 2 people to witness before I pulled my deer off to have it processed at the processor. If we do that with Georgia and all these other elections, that would be cool with me.
Let me ask you this. What is the witness part of it? Because I've carried several deer to the processor this year. I didn't have any witness marks I had to get done. I had to give them my game check ID number where I put it in the system and my hunter number, but that's all I had to do.
No, I had to have a picture made and 2 witnesses sign off with my driver's license and my $127 worth of license that I bought this year.
And that's in Georgia?
This is Wee Dowie. I'm upstream. Yeah, I'm upstream from you, Bubba.
I don't know about all that extra stuff.
I don't know that you had to do all that.
Yeah, we don't have to do that.
Bubba, it's the same state.
I think he's trying to make it funny.
He's basically saying if you got to do all this after you harvest a deer, surely we can get the election.
Yeah.
Oh, you do, and I found this out. You do have to have your your hunter ID number and the number where you logged it into the game check in our state before the processor will take it.
Yeah, he's saying that our requirement to kill a deer and to do all the stuff you have to do, it seems to be more than some people require you to do to vote.
Rick, it takes more to check into a hotel room than most states.
Well, that's true.
Allowed you to vote this time.
Let's go to Jake in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Jake, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I've got video proof of a huddle film like the high school kids put out of Sarah Fuller kicking the back of the long snapper. You won't believe it till you see it.
Please.
Now, what is that on? I mean, when was that?
I don't know when it was. It got sent to me late last night, and I was like, I got to call the show tomorrow morning and send this to him. So I know y'all about to shut down shop here shortly, but I'll send it. I'll email it to Speedy or Greg or someone so y'all can play it tomorrow.
Or Bubba or Rick. Just send it to us. Send it to us.
I want to see that. So when I'm watching our highlight reel on the ESPYs this year, because I assure you that's coming. Jake at State Farm in his khakis. Jake, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, man, that's funny.
I am doing fine, guys. I wanted to give you an update on Joe Walsh. You mentioned him earlier. I know he's a mutual friend. He bought a new Maserati. That thing will do 185, but he's lost his license, and now he can't drive.
Okay.
I was wondering where that went.
I already tore out some hotel walls.
Now he rides in the back, right on his limo.
But he has an accountant.
Right.
Pay for it all.
Yeah, sure. Let's go to Jamie in Birmingham. Jamie, go ahead.
Thank you for that, sir.
Hey, what's the chances that we get some good old boy theater on the big year-ender?
High.
Probably high.
Very high.
Very high.
Yeah.
High.
Yeah.
What's the chances of figuring out what time it's going to be so I know to listen?
Low. Very low. Very low.
Very low.
Yeah.
Well, look, all you have to do is listen for 4 hours, 5 really, to get warmed up.
Right.
Okay, well, that should be easy to do.
I'll give you that one.
I mean, what else you got to do? You can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
To
what are you going to do? Go out to a restaurant and eat?
Chris in Pensacola. Chris, go ahead.
Biggins, how's it going?
Good. Fire up.
Well, guys, I told Speedy when he was screening my call, I have a Karen story. I was shopping on Sunday, and I sneezed in my mask, and I had a Karen look at me. She grabbed her kid and walked off. I nearly pulled my mask down and say, "You're welcome."
Yeah, look, the hysteria out there is, and the
well, that if you sneezed in your mask, it did its job.
Yeah,
isn't that what it's for?
That's his point. He's like, "Why? I don't know why you're reacting. This is, I have it on."
Looking for a bless you. That's all we're looking for.
I know. You know, look, you're out there right now. Going, "Ooh, thank goodness, it's just walking pneumonia." Hey, thank goodness, all I got's the flu.
See you Monday.
That's one of those. Yeah, I don't really like to be around people with the flu. Do y'all? Am I the only one?
Or walking pneumonia.
Well, what's going to happen is these masks are going to be in our lives forever. We're going to become China. China. So it's you can always tell. All right, thanks for being with us. If you leave us, have a great day today. You got more Rick and Bubba, then stay in there, and we'll be right back. Check rickandbubba.com for all the information about Rick and Bubba stuff.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.